Good afternoon. It's time for some RuneScape. Now, a couple of my settings went absolutely haywire earlier, so I'm hoping that they're all fixed now. Let's have a look. It looks like we're still all here. Okie dokie. Now, how is everyone doing? As you can see, we've had a little shift up. And by shift up, I mean we have changed our garms over to the Rogues kit because we're hoping to steal ourselves the elusive Imp Scroll. And I say the elusive Imp Scroll because our current KC, which you cannot see right now because my big head is covering it, is 16,666. You heard me correctly, 16,666. Not ideal. In the grand scheme of things, that is not great. That is not what we were looking for, but it's not the worst grind in the world. So, it could be worse, I guess. Good afternoon, Mr. Ryan, mate. How are you doing? Today's the day. Imp Scroll is coming today. We have only a 4% chance to be less lucky than we are now. So surely, we can't do another whole stream of me just sitting here smacking imps. I mean, we can. I hope we don't. In other news, the white bead stack is stacking. I do believe no matter what happens now, we're going to have a 1 mil grand exchange value of white beads. And that's something. Someone out there is excited for that news. And that someone is me. No worries, my friend. Where did you go? How was it? Did you enjoy your time away? And are you glad to be back? Hopefully you bring me some good luck today. And it is the day of the Imp Scroll. It must be. Oh, very nice. How was it? Was it blisteringly hot out there, or was it manageable? Here, Florida is quite toasty. Though I've never been to the States. I do want to go at some point. I like the fact there's no language barrier. And I, being a typical Brit, know only one language. Unless that's not the typical thing anymore, but... Okay, nice, nice. Not obscenely hot, yet very pleasant. Good afternoon, Grim, my friend. Things are going okay in the grand scheme of things. Can't complain about anything meaningful. I can say we're on 16,685 KC on imps. So, yeah. We're getting up there. We're 3 times the drop rate, and then some. So that means, statistically, we should see the scroll during this stream. However, cannonball depletion is a real thing. I thought we'd have about 20k going into goblins. We are down to 16,000, or 17,000. So, it is depleting. Hopefully it does not deplete to 0 before we reach goblins, else we will have to make a little trip to the foundry. And I'm sick of... Not the foundry, sorry, blast furnace. And I'm sick of the blast furnace. I don't want to go there anymore. Outside that, all good. How about you, my friend? I also have a plan for today, which is unlike me. When we get this imp scroll, which will be happening today, I'm going to go ahead and buy a ton of supplies for beginner and easy clues. I think it's just beginner clues that I need to stock up on the supplies for, but basically for Charlie the Tramp. Let's slow that music down a touch, shall we? Yeah, it's just going to be Charlie the Tramp that we need to go and have a chat to, see what things he's going to want for all of his beginners, and then we're going to stock up on a ton of those, so that when we come to killing goblins, all of the beginners and easies that we pick up, we have all of the supplies for already. Unless, in a wild way, we actually hit the goblin scroll quickly, which could happen, like hobgoblins. If it's got the word goblin in it, maybe we're lucky. I haven't actually been looking at the KPA on them. KPH, sorry. It kind of fluctuates. Sometimes the cannon seems to just stop shooting them. And I think that's because they spawn behind fences and then just get stuck there. But in terms of active killing, it is quite a lot per hour. It's been many, many hours of imps, I can tell you that. But it's all going to be over soon. That's what we like to hear, Grim, my friend. Well, outside of the imp scroll, there's not really much to... Not much has changed. I mean, I've been grinding like a demon off stream just to make sure that we had a decent amount of KC going into this. Obviously, I had hoped to be presenting a wonderful scroll to you all, but, you know, we're not quite there yet. Although I have to say, I'm quite proud of myself that I haven't done an oat detour during this grind. It has been foot to the floor, just killing stuff as often as I possibly can. Every hour in-game has been spent productively. Which means, you know, total hours played when we look at the comparison at the start and the end. It's going to be kind of wild to see how many active days played it's taken to get this champion cape done. Yeah, so demons took a while. Earth warriors took the longest. Imps haven't taken that long in the grand scheme of actual kills per hour, like spent killing them, but it's been the highest KC so far. It's literally imps now, and then goblins, and then we are done. Then we just have to do the challenge itself. And then we spin that beautiful wheel. We've got a couple of things to add on to it. Something to take off of the wheel as well that we can't do, that was pointed out. And then we give it a wee spin live on stream. What was your favourite part of being away in Florida? And what's the food like in Florida? I know America's got a bunch of different cuisines, depending on which state you're in, but... I was going to give the generic Google AI answer of did you eat alligator, but... I'm assuming it's sort of just normal, in air quotes, normal food. It's big boy portion sizes as well, isn't it? should have. You should have got in there. Wrestled a gator. Chowed it down. Oh, that sounds sick. Is that like a tour guide telling you about the area as you sort of glide over it? That's like the hover boats, right? Or airboat, I guess is what it's called. The giant propeller at the back, and they just zoom you about. Hell yeah. I would have been that tourist that yells yeehaw. And I have no shame, so... As long as you're not the most uncomfortable person in the room, then you're doing fine. I feel like you gotta overcompensate for social anxiety sometimes and just let out a yeehaw. See, I've had a fascination with alligators, or alligators and crocodiles for a long time now. I've watched so many documentaries on like the saltwater crocodiles in Australia, all that kind of stuff. They're terrifying creatures. Basically just a dinosaur that outlived the meteors. Swamp puppies, indeed. Except they will tear your arm off, just for fun. But to be fair, I mean, I grew up watching Attenborough and all that kind of stuff. So anything to do with nature documentaries, I'm invested. Big fan. And then ironically spend most of my time indoors. Also, never been fishing in my life, but have an unhealthy obsession with Jeremy Wade. It's just something about watching some random bloke bowling around remote areas of rivers, fishing for monsters. Quite therapeutic. Good morning, Switchmate. How are you doing? Your eyes do not deceive you. Yes, we are still at Imps. Unfortunately. Blackfish, is that the one about the killer whales in SeaWorld and stuff like that? If it is, I have seen it, and it's haunting. Really, really well made. If it's not, then I don't know what I'm talking about. See, what do you do when you're fishing, though? Because obviously between bites, you're kind of just chilling there. Unless you've got some bevies or a book or something. Maybe some music. I mean, I'm assuming the natural answer is to take friends with you. But what if no one else wants to go fishing with you? Thing is as well, when you catch the fish, I don't feel confident that I'd be able to get the hook out of his mouth to release it. If I was on my own, at least. I mean, I'm assuming you learn that. Obviously, you learn that before going out there, because you don't want to cause any undue harm to the fish if you're not catching and eating them. Because in the UK, I'm assuming it's all catch and release. Unless you go sea fishing. Alright, let's dump these white beads off at the house. Show you just how many white beads we have now. Alright, let's have a look. White beads, 488. 889,000 GP. So that is soon to be an orange beam. Yeah, it's crazy to think about the orcas sort of acting out that way and being intelligent enough to do that. And then kind of scary at the same time. I would quite like to do a sea fishing trip where you do that. Where you catch yourself some fish, cook them up the same day. Yeah, that'd be chill. Though going out on a boat doesn't sound the most fun. I am one of those guys where if I sit in my chair and rock too aggressively, I'll start to feel sick. So some people will call that weak. I would agree with you, but also say I'm very prone to motion sickness. I got motion sick playing Portal. And I thought that it was the fact that I just started taking a new BCAA. I was trying it out for when I was on my fitness kick. I was like, oh, everyone takes BCAAs when you train. So I was taking this very fruity flavoured supplement drink. I was like, oh god, it's made me feel so sick. It wasn't that at all. It was me playing Portal for 2 hours. So naturally, I've never finished that game either. Yeah, see, that sounds sick though. If you grew up in the area, South US, there's quite a big seafood culture there, no? I am thinking of like crawfish boils and stuff like that. Is that Southern US? Or has my geography failed me once again? Just go catfish noodling. Which sounds insane, by the way. I don't know which genius thought I'm going to stick my arm in this hole that could have an alligator in it and see if I can fish out a giant fish. That does sound... It does sound like a good time. We are approaching 17,000 imps. Woo! Yeah, exactly. That's just good vibes. Cheap beer, sunburn, good food, good company. Be gone. Oh, bead. I always find it interesting, the regional activities of different places. In the UK, we haven't really got that big of a disparity between what we do north to south, particularly. Like, we've got slightly different traditions, but nothing insane. There is the cheese wheel chase, which, if you are so inclined to run down a hill at 500 miles an hour, you crack right on. I will definitely have some bevies and cheer you on as you do it, but I will not be partaking. $130k to go. Let's go. Are you salvaging for that, or are you doing the Barracuda trials? Yeah, Florida seems kind of wild. It is there that I saw, I think it was Brendan Buckingham did a video on it. It's like the festival, is it Swamp Fest? Which looks hectic. I would love to go to that. Now, once again, I can't say I'll be joining in on any of the crazy stuff, but I'd be having a good time. It looks like a very much spectator sport kind of thing. Good afternoon, Nuka mate. From Lithuania. Welcome, my friend. How are you doing today? I have been to Lithuania once, and it is a lovely place. Well, from the tiny area of Kalnas that I went to, or Kalnas. It was snowing at the time. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, the States is definitely on the list of a place to go. I have a friend who's in Texas. I think he's in Texas. He'll kill me if I get it wrong. There's a couple of different places that I need to have a look at. But it's such a big place. I'd like to go to the mountains there. The mountain ranges look beautiful. National park, all that kind of stuff. I can already see it now. British man gets eaten by bear trying to pet it. And, you know, if that's how I go, that's how I go. But those things are adorable. I would die a happy man. See, fantastic question. What is the difference? The ones with forests on them. I don't know if it's Missouri that you've got a bunch of stuff. Wherever the Appalachian Trail is, sounds like it would be a good place to go.
What makes you an exception?
Unless I find out that's Canada, in which case I do apologise. But I don't think it's Canada. Smokies, yeah. Smoky Mountains then. For sure. We can go wrestle Bigfoot as well. My money's on me. See, technically I'd like to go to both, because I think it would be fun to check out both areas. I just think the moonshine vibes is more more my thing, you know? Meeting a bunch of moonshiners and getting soused in the forest sounds fun. Isn't it the South that's known for their hospitality? And that could just be because I've heard the phrase Southern hospitality before. Flying in, landing on the top of the mountain, then driving down. It does sound very picturesque. Okay, that's slightly less... That sounds slightly more concerning and less enjoyable if it's a very short runway and then you drive off a mountain. That sounds a little bit sketchy. Just glide down in the plane. I wonder how many virtual calories I burnt running around after these imps. Quite a few, I'm guessing. I'd say at least 6. At least 6 is good. More than 5. And at least 6. Good afternoon, Mr. Cat. How are you doing, my friend? I feel like the more of this Pepsi Max I'm drinking, the thirstier I get. And that'll be the sweetness. Afternoon, Mr. Grizz. How are you doing, my friend? I don't know what the weather's like for you up in Leeds, but it is beautiful down here. I am in shorts, and I'm loving the sun. Summer's on its way. I mean spring, but summer is on its way. You know what we love to do on a nice hot summer's day? We sit indoors and we kill imps. Because we've got a scroll to grind. Oh, don't. British Beer Garden, you cannot beat it. See, I like to piss off my friend by saying that anything north of London is the north. Is Lincoln Midlands? I'm pretty sure it is, right? Because I do this thing where I inflate numbers and stuff in my head so much as part of a joke that I actually forget what you would consider certain things. So, obviously, it's not quite the north. You're getting close. But it's not officially the north, even though every sign when you're driving up there says the north. Okay, so it is. Fair. Yeah, Mr. Cat. See, now, you gave me this fantastic piece of advice, and I couldn't tell you what I did because it wasn't that. It wasn't the lens distortion compensation. I did the oldest trick in the book, and I turned it off then on again, and somehow it looks so much smoother now because I couldn't find that setting either. So I looked for the setting, couldn't find it, unplugged it, plugged it back in, and then it seemed to be okay. So technically, I am now an engineer. If you have any technical questions, do please ask me. My advice will be the same for everything, no matter what the query is. It will be turn it off and on again. If that doesn't work, it's not my fault. And now you need to pay me an 80 grand salary, I believe. I think that's how it works. I mean, half the cost is knowing how to fix something quickly, right? Even if the fix is super simple. And then when it gets technical and difficult, that's when they roll up their sleeves and get stuck in. But I mean, being a camera operator, it is the kind of thing that usually something during the boot up process in whichever camera you're using has gone a little bit skewy. And then you just have to check the settings, turn it off and on again. Occasionally blow in a cartridge or two, and then usually does the trick. Time to unslouch already. Anything equatorial as Midlands. So anything south of the equator, Southlands. Anything above that's Northlands. Yeah, there's a clan, man. If you go on Bowl of Oats, or go in the clan thing, type in Bowl of Oats, then myself or Grizz can get you in. You just have to hop to a world that I'm on or Grizz is on. Let me open that up just in case you're interested. Then I can get you in. But yeah, the clan's getting more active these days. It's been really nice to see. The other day I logged in and I had to actually scroll the wheel. Oh, that was it, yes. Yeah, you changed it to the Sapphire rank, able to invite. So yeah, anyone with a Sapphire icon next to them is able to invite you in. Okay, 3 more kills, and then we are at 17,000 imps slain. 1 more kill. There it is. 17,000 imps killed. Looks like we're going all the way to 20k. I'm saying 20k because then anything under I won't be disappointed with. Anything over I will be disappointed with. So we've got 3,000 imps to play with here. But I already have so much imp blood on my hands that it's taking the joy out of it, you know? But we carry on, we press forward, we keep killing them. Hopefully, that little piece of paper drops, and a drop-down box pops up and says, new collection. Yeah, of course, right, mate. Hop on. So I think you join as a guest first, and then once you've joined as a guest, you can, you just apply, and then I can invite you in. But yeah, the other day I actually had to scroll on the clan list to get to the bottom of it, which is quite nice. It's alright. In the grand scheme of things, the imps, I mean, it's not like they're difficult. It's more just the running back and forth as they teleport away from me. I mean, I'm not wearing the optimal gear for killing imps. Look at me. Yeah, when they teleport away, it's a bit annoying, but other than that, they die fast. I just hope we have at least 15k cannonballs left when we move on to the goblins. Else we're going to have to pop down to the blast furnace. Make some more cannonballs. Get in here. Give me sloppy indeed. The cry of a nation. I am indeed only picking up the white beads. That is because they are currently the highest value bead. And since we're doing a grind that is kind of pointless in the grand scheme of what it actually drops, we're kind of just have a little side goal of trying to hit an orange beam of the white beads. Although there's definitely an unusual moneymaker slash bot farm attached to them, 100%. Someone pointed out it's probably Imp Catcher. In which, when the bots are finished doing Imp Catcher, they probably sell off all the beads they picked up. But we are sitting at about 900k's worth of value. But these beads go all the way down to 900 GP, and then they fluctuate up to 2.4k. So if you ever see them down at 900 GP, buy a bunch of them on the Grand Exchange, if you're not an Iron Man, of course, and then sell them off when they get higher. That is my Oat tip. And if it doesn't work, any investment comes with a risk. But if you want flipping advice, then you should speak to Grizz. But at the moment, yeah, we need to have a 1 mil artificial bank inflation due to these little beads. It's kind of fun. It allows me to focus, or not focus, on the fact we're now on 17,000 imp kills without the scroll. And that's nice. True, Grizz, we need to add that to the resume. Any flipping advice or bingo winning advice, you need to speak to Grizz. The man knows. Exactly. Plus, to be honest, Tiny, I don't trust myself half the time, so if I give you advice, many pinches of salt, unless you physically see me do the thing and it works, take a second and think about what I said, because I always have to double back and fact check myself. If you say it with confidence, then, you know, people tend to buy in. Like this. This imp has the scroll in it. It's not an exact science. Next after this is a good question. I would quite like Perilous Moons on the basis that the gear it gives is fantastic and is kind of on the same level as most of the other high-end gear, with the drawback of it being degradable. Outside of that, I need Marks of Grace to be done. It's just such a pain in my arse right now for all the achievement diaries that it's locked behind, because pretty much every achievement diary you look at has do a lap of something. Complete a lap. I think the Varric one has one in the very first thing. Grapple, something. Do a lap. So yeah, there's loads of laps that I need to do. And then that's so much lamp amounts of XP sort of stashed that I can't get access to at the moment. Afternoon, NG mate. No worries, my friend. Today's the day. Today's the day. We're definitely getting the Imp Scroll because we're on 17,000 kills. So surely we can't not. And the Goblin one, I don't know, there's going to be clues to do, so something exciting, something to switch it up a touch. Ryan's, mate. Ugh. You know what? You know what? That's fair enough. All I can say is congratulations. 10 KC. Congratulations. I think that was 7,500 for me on skeletons. In fact, I can tell. Yeah, 7,510. So it's only a slight difference between what you got and I got. Tiny difference. Yeah, no, if you get the imp scroll now, just by running by on your way to the fairy ring, that's when we're going to have problems. Going to have to go to the jewel arena and settle this once and for all. Hardcore to hardcore. Let me just put I'll put a grat in there as well. But it's one of those ones that, I mean, I'm not the sort of person that's actually ever gets salty about stuff. So it's more, I always feel good for people that get stuff early. I never feel bad. I just remember my own pain of going dry on stuff. So big grats on that one, man. That is the road to the Champions Cape, 10 KC into skeletons. But now that you've started it, you can't stop. That's the rule. What? Albanian, no. How did that happen? 200 mil as well. Rip, my friend, rip. Hopefully it was at least a glorious death. So what you've done there is you've shown me that the scrolls can drop and it's not just glitched. You've rekindled my faith in the fact that scrolls exist. That's all you've done there, my friend. So I do appreciate that. Oh, mate, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, it's always the way, isn't it? You're doing something that you're like, oh, this will be fine. And then... Did you not have an escape crystal on you? I'm assuming not, but... Yeah, the escape crystals have been the only reason that I'm still hardcore at the moment. I've relied very heavily on them. Oh, was it a Dragonfire proc that smacked you for a massive amount? The Dragon Breath. Yeah, that's brutal, man. I need some agua. Good afternoon, Pad, my friend. I'm doing good. I'm doing good, thank you. And yourself? We are still at the monastery. And we are on 17,100 KC. So, you know, it's ready to move on, but I unfortunately don't get to pick. At this point, just rest assured and feel some comfort in the fact that I'm becoming a white bead mogul, and I will have a corner on the market for white beads. I think banked about 450 now, so we have an orange beam in 50 more. Unless someone manipulates the market and it tanks them again, because they went out to 900 GP at one point. So it is hard to tell. See, I feel like because I built my altar in my house before I started doing stuff that required prayer restoration, I haven't actually been to Ardy that much. So this is me doing my time, my penance for not being here early game. I'm now here for quite a few hours. I think it's about 1,000 kills an hour. Maybe slightly less. So I've been here for about 17 hours now. That's depressing when you say it out loud. 17 hours of slapping imps. Yeah, I don't actually know why the white bead's the most expensive one. The yellow bead occasionally fluctuates up to about 1.3, but red bead doesn't really break the 1k barrier most of the time. For some reason, yeah, just the white bead seems to be the most expensive. So I don't know if it's just supply and demand, but who is buying white beads on the Grand Exchange? That's the real question we have to ask ourselves here. Unless white beads is one of those things that is a... you know, people collect random stuff in the game? What if white beads is a collection point for someone and then the price fluctuates when they put in a buy order, like they hit their max buy order for the day, and then the price changes, and then it sort of settles again while they can't buy any more? Maybe. Once again, do not listen to any financial advice I give. You will lose all your GP. True, it could be. I'm looking forward to putting the stack on the table and seeing the beam. Afternoon, Dank, my friend. Grind is going okay. Mentally, I'm still with it. However you determine to be with it. But we are on 17,150. So yeah, we're quite far over right now. Which does mean it should be very soon. And then on to the goblins. That would be interesting. If you collected 2.1 bill of something, you get a gilded version of that thing. So you'd get a gilded white bead, which technically would just become a yellow bead, but it would say gilded white bead. But then for things like spades, there's already a gilded spade, you know? So maybe we'd have to have a very unique name tied to the collection. Yeah, no, that would be insane. Unless if you hit a certain value on the items, let's say you have a 50 stack of T-bows, you can convert that into a gilded T-bow or something, which then would have that value. At which point, maybe more doable. Still outrageously expensive. It's like 50 bill. More than that. $1.6, damn, okay. A bit rich for my blood. Although, I will trade anyone that has a T-bow 490 white beads. And I think that's a good deal. One thing I've realized though, being here at the monastery, is that I need to not click on people as much when they run by, because some people have some truly heinous names. And I don't know how it slides under the radar. These are special edition Oak Bloke beads, you know? Farmed through blood, sweat and tears. I wonder how many clues we're going to get from the goblins in total. What's this? He's stepping on my turf. This is outrageous behaviour. Copy his outfit. Hit him with a jump for joy, distract him. I think it worked. See, the jump for joy made him log. That's a powerful tool. Just goes to show, if you can bring a little joy to someone's life, they leave you. It's not really a good message. It encourages peace. This is the thing, I reckon the goblin one's going to be super quick, and I kind of don't mind if it goes 2,000-ish, because I do want quite a few clues to do from there. Because I have the easy diary done, I think it's a 1 in 60 for easy or beginner clues. And after I cocked up at the giants, not collecting them properly, I kind of want a bit of a stack to open at the end of this. Because we've got a couple of mediums stacked up, which Grizz really wants me to open, but I shan't yet. And then we're going to have quite a few beginners and easies. Probably. Gotta hold firm, Grizz. It's all about that delayed gratification, you know? $201. Sometimes the boots are fickle. At some point I need to get a pair of the mage boots though as well. Because it's going to be Pegasians, Primordials, and Eternal boots that I'll need to make. I mean, this is way, way in the future. But that's why it's super important to pick up every single clue that I can as and when I get it. Because we are trying to green log the clues also at some point. I genuinely think we made a really, really big dent in the medium clues after the Scurrius grind. And we did, what was it, 406, and we hit 92 out of 115 with a couple of pieces of elegant. I'm not sure what the rarest pieces are. I'm pretty sure it is the elegant pieces and the H bodies. So, all in all, pretty decent stint. Yeah, 3 pairs of holies. See, you've just got yours in a slightly different ordering to mine. Obviously, mine's slightly favourable, but at the start of this grind, when I cracked open those mediums that I had, I did snag another pair of Rangers for some reason. Enough to cobble an entire group of a group Iron Man. We'll be looking swanky. Oh, the Robin Hood hair looks quite nice though. That's a bit of a flex. That's a good deal. As long as I get the collection for it, then done. I'm pretty sure the boots are what is boosting my bank value to what it is at the moment. Because 5 pairs is what? That's nearly 100 mil. $150 mil. Okay. Is there a green ranged weapon that would accompany your full ranger set? Can't think of one. Unless you recolor the bow for green. I think you could swamp salamander it. Yeah, that's not a bad shout. Turquoisey bluish, yeah. I need to actually check what the bank value is sitting at. Once we've filled up this invent with white beads, we'll go have a little look. So we need to dump these. Earlier, it took me 5 hits to kill an imp. And that's statistically unlikely. Good morning, DVD. The KC is abysmal. We're on 17,262 imps slain. And counting. 1 bill on the iron. Damn. Do you know what's making up the bulk of that GP value? I'm assuming it's quite a big collection. Oh yeah, of course you went on a Rune Madness, didn't you? That's fair. Yeah, that's quite a lot of GP. Sorry, DVD, today is the day. There is not a chance in hell that we go 20k for an imp, right? 20k for an imp scroll? Not this guy. This guy doesn't go dry. Actually, to be fair, when you say 35k, usually we get it under that, so it should be in the next 1,000 kills after the 35k prediction. We get it sort of 1,000 kills under. Not this time. He's had a word with Jagex and he said, you know what? It's about time. Yeah, that's insane. How much of that do you have on you at any one time? Because I know you can store quite a few bits. I say quite a few bits, not that much, but you can store some stuff in the stashes. I'm assuming in your looting bag you've got most of your value, right? Mod Unk. To be fair, I think me and Mod Unk would get along. He should actually boost my drop rate, if anything. He said, big man, you are becoming Unk. You are achieving Unk status, so it is time. Here's your imp scroll drop. I said thank you. Yeah, that's insane. 2.5 bill just in the bag. Have you got fortified Missouri as well? Or have you just gone for just Armadillo or just Missouri gear? Because I imagine that's quite a ball ache to go and farm it to break it down to fortify it. But then again, if you're playing a UIM, you're used to doing many, many things that are ball aches. That's fair. I've had 174 goblin kills. Usually because one of these guys wanders a bit too close to the cannon. So there is a very, very, very slim chance that we get the goblin scroll before the imp scroll if one of these goblins catches a stray and then drops it when they die. Could happen. Stranger things have happened. What am I doing? I go back to restore my run energy and then end up running to refill the cannon. Just get stuck in the cycle, the loop. Yeah, and if you were going to name a show that, you should probably set it in the 80s as well. Just throwing it out there. Now, if a man who's about to turn 30 decides to buy a Hawaiian shirt or a bowling shirt and unironically wear it, are they in fact having a midlife crisis? Or is that an acceptable time to try out the bowling shirt moustache look? I'm asking for a friend. But yeah. Bowling shirt is basically just a very, very brightly coloured collared shirt. I would definitely get on with, no, my friend would definitely get on with flames on it or something, you know? Just a little thought. See, now that you've breached that topic there, DVD, I'm very glad you have. I actually have a wolf fleece as well, where it's got two wolves on either side where the zip goes up the middle, and I wear it every winter, and I love it. And it is such a... I think I got it off an old man website. It's sold to people specifically over the age of 60, and I wear it all the time. I wear it in public, so I don't know. Maybe the brightly coloured Hawaiian shirt is not a stretch too far. Maybe I just need to embrace the fact that I have very little fashion sense and feel comfortable in that, you know? I feel there's a level of leniency for wolves, you know? You can have wolves on anything and it's passable. I think it's stylish, but even someone that doesn't think it's stylish is still like, yeah, that's alright. I think there's certain aesthetics that you can't really... It's very polarizing, you can't get away with them. Some people will love it, some people hate it. It's like the Marmite of fashion. Oof, bright neon pink is brave. What do they wear with that though? What's the ensemble? Because if your feature piece is the bright neon shirt, how are you making that look integrated into a fit? I'm guessing the answer is you don't, and it's just sort of a standalone, has to be, it'll be what it'll be. Yeah. Because I'm thinking if you wore that, right? So you got a neon pink shirt with army camo shorts, high socks. You can, if you want to get really zesty, you can go for those checkered high socks that they wear in golf. And then shoes, dealer's choice. I would say sandals with the socks if you want to get, you know, white boy vibes. Yeah, you get some... Yeah, you see, I'm picturing this guy already. I feel like we need that though. You need a character who is unapologetically themselves. It does allow you to relax a bit more around them, feel a bit more confident and comfortable in yourself. And usually those people are good vibes. Sometimes unnecessarily aggressive, but usually good vibes. Right. He's got 2 days of wild ensemble, and the rest of it goes back to the standard. I'm usually opposite. I wear predominantly just gym clothes 9 times out of 10, because when you're on shoots, you don't have to wear anything fancy. Unless you're like a show blacks sort of ensemble, which is black trousers, shirt, and shoes, so as to not reflect too much light or make yourself present on a stage. Other than that, just chuck anything on. As long as you haven't got profanity all over your shirts, you're fine. What if I should do a couple of farm runs in between some of these kills? I don't want to extend the task any longer than it already is, because it's already taking me a fair whack of time. But it's not like it's particularly high impact. I could probably weave in a couple of farm runs. So I've got 100 and something amount of seeds that I need to plant still. Tell you what, as a celebration for when we get this imp scroll, I'll do a farm run. I know, crazy. But I feel like we just need to get it done, get a few in there. Yes, only 2 to go, just imp and goblin. And then all the champions themselves, which doesn't take long at all, especially with my stats. It does look like we're going to hit 89 range though, which is unexpected. I thought we would hit mid-80s during this grind. Yeah, because I've actually counted the cape in it as well, because it is, on the log, it's 8 out of 11. I believe. Yeah, because it's got the champion's cape included in there, but we still just need 2 scrolls. What I hope, though, is that I feel like a champion when this grind is done. Because if I don't, I'm going to want some compensations, you know? I feel like I will. That's right, man. In terms of scrolls, yeah, there's only 10. I say only. I was looking at statistics as well on the grind so far, and Dank was trying to explain to me probabilities, which, yeah, I think it went okay. He would disagree. But I was doing it in a weird way for my trying to figure out the maths behind it. And basically what I settled on is, if we're looking at total grind all put into one, the total amount of monsters, I was going to say minions, total amount of monsters killed should be 50,000. And then anything over that, we've gone over. Anything under, we have gone lucky. We are way over already. Yeah, 29% above. So we're not looking great on luck. Shocker, I know. But I was kind of hoping this would be the redemption arc for me. And that we'd actually maybe go lucky on this one. Not the case. I think we are rapidly approaching sort of 70,000 monsters killed. So technically, yes. I have been spooned on forestry, but that's because I was utilizing the world hop method at the time. So in terms of time spent, I got a golden egg on my first pheasant minigame, and this is before they brought both the fox whistle and the pheasant in as a purchasable item with anima bark. And then I got the fox whistle was the last one I got, and then obviously I got two of them pretty much back to back, which is just how this game tends to be. So maybe forestry in the grand scheme of things. Everything else I have gone over on, other than Winter Todd, actually. I got the axe at 6,000 KC or 6,000 searches. And so we're just over, or just under 60% lucky on that one. Or 40% lucky, sorry. Other than that, we have gone dry on everything. I think. This is probably confirmation bias speaking because I'm dry at the moment, so my judgment may be a bit skewed. If I look back, maybe I haven't. If we're looking at big boy grinds, I think we are not looking great. Oh no, okay, sorry, that's a lie. Hunter Guild, we got like crazy spooned at. So, yes, the luckiest one I had is definitely Hunter's Guild, Hunter Rumors. Because we got the Quetzin pet in, I think it was 100 rumors total. So technically that one. Barrow's KCE is 2,490, I think. $2,493 for this dad bod plate body. Unfortunately. But if you look statistically, I'm pretty sure I was on average the amount of drops I got for the amount of kills I had. It was about 1,000 KC between the last two items. Maybe slightly more than that. Because I think it was the Guthin's legs that I needed. And then after I got one pair of Guthin's legs, obviously I got 6 more before I finished off the plate body. So I think before I take on like a really, really dangerous grind, I will go and round that up to 2.5k. And I really hope that I don't get a Guthin's plate body in there. Could happen. So 7 more KC there. And then we need to round up Scurius to 10k as well, because Scurius is 9,855. So we need to do a few more kills there too. Yeah, exactly, Dank. It was that. It took the same amount of time. Oh, what piece are you missing? And good afternoon, Pigs, mate. Carol's top, okay. Carol set is quite nice. I mean, if you already have the Missouri stuff, then it's... I mean, I don't really know what your priority listing looks like on a UIM. Because obviously it's really good tank gear, tank ranged gear. But I don't know how it actually stacks up to what you would want to be using. And this number of imps is technically scuffed a wee bit because we've done about 250, maybe slightly more in sold imp heads also. But it doesn't count on the tracker, even though I forgot that the second that I'd finished doing one set of them, I went back and collected more heads and then forgot that it didn't count towards the tracker. Just because, you know. Not worth keeping. I mean, I guess so. I mean, with how much gear you already have, it does make sense. I think if I were to look at order of the order in which I got the gear, I was quite lucky that I got the Arim set early, because I then used that for the rest of the grind. So if I was still missing Arim's pieces as the last, then it would have been worse than it was. To be fair, I am missing quite a few hits. I think I have an arc light, actually. I tell you what, I'm going to go bank these beads, and if I do have an arc light, we're going to bring that out. And if we get the scroll within the first couple of arc light kills, then that's what it was this whole time. Oh, I think I have a silver light, because arc light's locked behind the crystals, I think. Right. White beads, how many do we have? 506. Grizz total bank value is 900. No, it's not. Ignore me. 652 mil. What was I looking for? No, I don't. Silverlight? I don't even have that. Never mind. Does the black light do the same thing? Or the dark light, does that have the same Demon Bane effect? Loses out on quite a lot of melee strength compared to the zombie axe though. We are running out of bank space now. I need to do a big clear up after this grind. No worries, Alban, mate. You have a good day, and thank you, my friend. Hopefully soon. Pretty sure that is my slogan at this point. Hopefully soon. Or surely. One of the two. Oops. It's just teleporting all over the place today. Need to pack that in. I do wonder if there's any better place to do this. It's only because psychologically, after 17,000 kills, you want to change something. But I think we're doing the best method. Just stick to the guns. Good afternoon, Storm, my friend. I know, mate. I just can't help it. I was actually waiting till you got here, and now that you're here, I can get it. So, in the next 500 kills, I'll just grab that quickly. All right. Let's have a wee look, shall we? Is that in the clog? Yeah, 10 KC for the champion scroll is diabolical. But once again, congrats. No worries, still, mate. Have a good rest. Yeah, now that you've popped along though, guaranteed drop 500 KC, easy. I can't see any other message attached to it. Unless I'm looking at the wrong thing. No. Oh, had to go have a nap. I see, I see. I thought you said I'm going to have a nap. I'm with you. Yeah, I don't actually know if I can put channel commands and stuff on like that. Oh, there we go. Dank is on it. It's because I'm basically a dinosaur when it comes to all of this stuff, and I heavily rely on Dank way more than I should in terms of being like, help me. And I do not give the poor man a break with my barrage of questions. But yeah, if I can set that up, then that would be good. But thanks for posting that. I also post the Discord, I mean, he's posted it now, but I also post the Discord at the end of every video in the comment section. If it's a collection log or a drop or something, there's a collection log tab. There's also the general. So it kind of just depends on what the hang is. There is also the brand new edition of the top scran page. Yeah, you can chuck it in general. Damn, 2.1 bill. Now, be completely honest here. How excited were you when that Timucan Shadow dropped? I'm very much looking forward to doing raids. I think there's going to be the kind of thing that I'll do. Obviously, I'm doing the cape method. I say the cape method. 100, well, each cape at a time every time I roll a raid. But I think it will be, I'll do a stint at whatever raid I land on first until I'm happy and confident that I've achieved what I wanted to achieve there. And then start bringing in the boys with matching gear to mine or similar adjacent gear for any shenanigans. I think that'd be a fun way to do it. But pulling a shadow. Ooh. Although funding and supplying a shadow, different thing. How many KC did you have to go before you got it? Quickly get my reps in. Nice. Good form. Good form, mate. $400 experts. Damn. Now, out of those 19 purples, how many of them were light bearers? Because I feel like light bearers and fangs becomes the most common drop. And then there's an obscene amount of elidness wards as well. Ooh, rare pots. Rune chain body. That's GP. Eight fangs. I feel like in terms of approachability and beginner friendliness, TOA is definitely the way to go. I mean, at least from my opinion. Theatre is the hardest one by far. I don't think you can really ease yourself into doing theatre. You can do entry modes, but can you get drops in entry modes? And Chambers is not so bad because, you know, you technically get unlimited free deaths. As a hardcore at least, it doesn't count towards your death or your hardcore status, which is nice. Means that learning the different bosses in there is going to be actually okay. But I've never touched theatre before in any way, shape or form, and that's probably the most dangerous raid out there for a fresh PVM noob. Freaky Forester, be gone. Actually, they give lamps. I forget every single time that these guys give lamps. Well, that was it. I've done it once for the quest on another, on the Group Iron Man account. I'm pretty sure I had help going through that as well. Was that my first one, or did I go through that with you at the same time? Because I think I did it before, just to get it out of the way. Can't actually remember now. I might have done it through when Josh was playing as well. Not entirely sure. But technically, if I had Perilous Moon's gear, is that good enough to do theatre with? Because Perilous Moon seems to be the answer to a lot of my problems. Like in terms of base gear requirements to get a lot of stuff done. And not to say I can't do it with Barrow's gear, it's just there's no inherent stat boosts that come with it particularly. Yeah, Theatre is one of those ones that I think is going to be kind of unapproachable as a solo angle early on. And it may have to be a group activity. Either way, it's going to probably end up being very expensive teleporting out of there if I don't take a regular teleport as well as the escape crystal. But everything else I can definitely solo. Like I could solo a Chambers, I could solo any sort of TOA invocations that I can work my way up to. But Theatre, I don't quite see how the soloing aspect works to it. Without like a guaranteed death. Noxious Halberd and a Dream. $300 kills off of 18k imps killed. Lucky me. Yeah, the magic bonus on it does seem very nice. It's the same as the Eclipse set. Or is it only 72 smithing? Yeah, I've got 90 smithing. And then 67 crafting, but I definitely have the ability to get that up. The small issue that we're not quite addressing here is that Araxors are 95? 92. So we need to go up a few more Slayer levels, just a few, and then I'd be able to get that. And roll it on the wheel. So, yeah. Although speaking of the wheel, I've been doing some thinking and some theory crafting with Dank. I think if an Oats choice is pulled, there are two things that I have to go for. One of them being the Marks of Grace. The second one, I think, would be Tormented Demons. And the reason I think Tormented Demons is the Slayer XP that they give is so incredibly insane that I could do task skipping to make sure that I got greater demon tasks, and I would probably skyrocket from 50 Slayer up to a pretty decent Slayer level. Now, I don't know what the quest is to do them. I think it's while Gothic sleeps. So I need to do Path of Gloffrey, Dream Mentor, Tailor Two Cats, Tears of Gothics. I will get that done at some point. Soon TM. In the meantime, I'll continue to waste precious XP that I could have been gaining for 109 days playtime. Yeah, I think the coin toss would be, do I value more the fact that Marks of Grace would unlock like a big supply of staminas, as well as the achievement diaries, or do I put that on the back burner and prioritize the demons? I'm low-key thinking I prioritize the demons on the fact that it's such a good set of weapons. I wouldn't be able to use an Emberlight because I would have to do Skatizo before I could actually make the Emberlight, because I need to do Skatizo to get the Eternal Crystals because they're on his log, unfortunately. So I think I'd probably go for Tormented Demons over Marks of Grace at this point if I landed on an Oats choice. And TDs would be relatively easy to do, I believe. In the grand scheme of PVM, they're not crazy difficult. They're just a more advanced version of Black Demons, right? A couple more prayer switches, that kind of stuff. Yeah, the Emberlight's a little bit of a stinky one. But it does mean that then going forward to doing Skatizo, because he needs to go on the wheel as well, I guess he'd be easier to kill when I'm actually fighting him. Like, I'm not sure what Cans is on at the moment, but he's on at the moment. He has been absolutely bossing it when it comes to... where's he at? I can't even see Skatizo on there. Oh, bless him, man. 800. He's been absolutely caning it. So if I did roll that, I have the fear of God in me because he's gone so dry. And I don't want to go that dry. Yeah, I just wouldn't be able to get the Arclight. So I'd have the ability to make a Emberlight down the line, but the Arclight as well I can't technically make, so he needs to go on the wheel, realistically. But Skatizo is a bit of a nasty one, because you have to make an ungodly amount of whatchamacallums, Dark Totems, to actually get in there and fight him. And then that is all chance-based drops. Actually, I think Skatizo's on the wheel, unless I'm misremembering. I am misremembering. He's not on the wheel. But he needs to be on there. Yeah, I think then in that case, if an Oats choice is rolled, I think Tormented Demons is the way to go, because that fixes so much of my problems off the rip. Like, the Scorching Bow just in general is good, very powerful weapon. The only thing that I'm pretty sure I won't put the God Wars bosses on there until I have staminas unlocked. Maybe I'll have to. I don't really know. But you can't. I don't know if you can do the Door Altar method on Bandos without staminas. You might be able to. But I know things like Armadil or Saradomin and the Big Bird Boy are a little bit spooky. See, that's the thing. With the run changes, maybe I can. I mean, I do have 95 agility as well. So it's not like we're slacking in the agility department. So it could be the way to go. But I already have 43... maybe 44 things on the wheel at the moment. So I'm not going to add everything at once. I'll add in a few more things, and then as we start to deplete the wheel, I will restock it with everything. It's like Nex isn't going on there for a while, obviously. See, but you a Shadow Andy, where you just basically blast him in 3 hits. Because I'd be running around with a rune crossbow in a dream. Screaming into the night as the ruby bolts keep missing. Or technically the diamond bolts. Okay, this is pre-Shadow Arc. Yeah, the bow for accuracy does make it quite nice to do. I think with a crossbow it could be a bit shysty, but that's also why I would probably wait till I get Tormented Demons done before I put all of the God Wars on there. Just because at the very least having the Scorching Bow it's like a decent ranged alternative to then just suffer through whatever the grind is. But at the moment my 2 options are a MSB and a Rune Crossbow. So I'd be doing it in full carols with a MSB or full carols and a Rune Crossy. Is the Scorching Bow 4 tick or is it 5 tick? Ah. See, the alternative is them running around the room like a headless chicken, screaming as Bando slowly makes his way towards me, and I hope he doesn't punch me for my full health bar. Which is probably what the door altar method will break down into the second I mess up one of the ticks. But previously I was doing... because I've done a couple of Bando's kills on the group Iron Man, in which I did try the door altar method, but I was also doing it on 4G internet with fluctuating ping between 30 and 120. So with stable internet, maybe then it's just my lack of skill that will show through, but it shouldn't be down to internet issues, so I should be a bit more consistent. So I'm kind of, any of my previous experiences based on tick-based or, you know, quite tight sections of having to do stuff is also based on internet that was not stable at all. So maybe, you know, I'm not doing the Carol's crossbow. I could be Carol's crossbowing it with the Amulet of the Damned on. Get a couple of double shots off, you know. Never say never. I mean, maybe that'll be the best option I have. Just a man and his Carol crossbow. Oh, I still need to check my bank to see if I have the Sunlight Antelope antler that I picked up after that one kill that led to the punishment. Because if I have it, I technically could make the crossbow. If I was being a noble Andy and dropped it on the floor, then I do not have access to that crossbow until I have done Colosseum. Which sucks. If only it was the Moonlight Antelope that you needed the horn for. Yeah, but you can get Moonlight Antelope bolts, right? Or is it only Sunlight? I don't even know if there's a difference between the two. Or if there's even a Moonlight variant. I just assumed if there was a Sunlight bolt, there'd be a Moonlight bolt. Okay, so technically I could get the bolts because the Moonlight Antelopes don't have any Sunfire Splinters to them. And my Hunter is 91. So I could farm those out. Let's have a little look. Because that has been gnawing at me just to remember. I keep forgetting it until someone brings it up like this. So let's just once and for all answer the question. Do I have the ability to make a Sunfire or a Sunlight crossbow? We have it. We have it. This is one of those things that where every YouTuber says, this changes everything. And I start doing cartwheels. Oh, okay. That is an interesting moral dilemma there. Because technically, I did drop the Sunfire Splinters, which were the offending item on the log. But I did obviously keep hold of the antler. So then it's a moral dilemma of, am I allowed to use that antler as it was gained when it shouldn't have been? Or is the fact that I did the clue grind as the punishment enough to warrant me being able to make the crossbow? Because it's not like I've utilized it up until this point for every other grind. And I didn't even know if I had the antelope antler with me. Ooh, okay. I'll have to ponder on that, but it is good knowing that that is now an option. And if I can make Moonlight bolts, that's fantastic also, because then I can take the pelts that I get from it. Well, not the pelts, sorry. I can take the food that I get from it and cook that up, and then have some really good food also. I mean, not that I don't have a lot of food already. I have 108 cooking banked at the moment. But more, I mean, that's the tick. Imagine using that sort of food for something like Zora, where it heals you, removes a poison tick, so venom would go down to poison, and then it heals you a little bit more. Okay. We've made a discovery today. Well, this is the thing. When I was doing the Sunlight Antelopes, I had no idea. They were just because they were on the Hunter rumor list of things that you could kill. I didn't even know it had a log attached to it. So that was a bit loud for my liking, that song. It had a log attached to it, which I didn't know, that it dropped the splinters. And also at that time, there was no intention of making the Sunlight crossbow. So I don't think that counts as an accidental yoink for advantage purposes. We'll see. I'll ponder on it for a bit because I need to. As long as it feels like it sits morally correct with me, then I'm happy to go ahead and do it. If it feels iffy, then I would rather not. But in the grand scheme of the game, items, etc., maybe I paid the price for it. Maybe it will be a big enough upgrade as well. Something I still have to farm all the other bolts for. I mean, it's better than the MSB, so I'm personally leaning towards doing it. And I don't think anyone would bite my head off for it. Because up until now, I didn't even know I had the antler in there. In fact, anyone that's active in the chat at the moment, what I'm going to do is... Anyone that wants to vote on the poll, I'm curious to see if you would or would not use the antler. Because there was a punishment done for it initially. And I'm just curious to see, really. I would have picked the meme option. See, that's the thing. Kind of reward me for getting the accidental clog is... It's a fair point, because that's the dilemma in my head of... The clog, technically, was the Sunfire Splinters, which I didn't realise were attached to that thing. And the second I got it, I dropped the offending item. And I wasn't even sure I had picked up the antlers. But I do have them. So I don't want to technically be rewarded for a bad clog. I'm just sort of wondering if the payoff of having to do the clue scroll grind after was punishment enough to warrant it, or if that's like a additional thing separate to the fact that I wouldn't be able to use the item, you know? Just interested to see what people are thinking. And obviously it's going to be a portion of people, but if it's like a 50-50 split, then I guess it's dealer's choice. If it was everyone saying, no, you suck, then I'd be like, fair enough. But I do see both points of the argument for sure. See, that's the thing though, Storm. If I could make the crossbow using a moonlight antler, if that was a thing, then it wouldn't be a problem, because then there was an alternative way of doing it. It's just sort of that slight dilemma of do I consider the antler as a byproduct of obviously unethical means. But I think ultimately what I'll do, I'll hold on to the antler, and for all intents and purposes, for as long as possible. I just don't think I'm going to go ahead and make it if I can avoid it, you know? Because I don't want to be using it as like a... It's like the whole accidental clog thing. If I got... The reason that the wheel's there in the first place is to avoid myself going into a position of going for a log, killing something accidentally and then getting a beneficial log to the account's progression as a result. So this kind of feels like it falls into that, even though it was a completely genuine mistake. It does open the door for a couple of potential future things like that, although I couldn't tell you a single one in which it would be. Because it's only hearing, you know, down the line, I don't know when I completed Hunter Rumors, but this is now months and months later, someone saying that realizing that the crossbow's even in there as an option to make, and then on top of that, where it might have its uses. So yeah, interesting. Let's end the poll and see. We've got 11. 64 to 34. Okay. I get you, Blake. I see. That's what I'm saying. Same sort of thing of being in that sort of grey area of indecisiveness on whether or not that is acceptable behaviour. Like, I don't know where else I could possibly have that come up as a situation, though. Everything else sort of is easy mode in terms of if miscellaneous / Slayer. So, yeah, maybe I just have to draw. I mean, I'll leave it in there for now. But yeah, I don't think I'll go ahead and make it. It's just something that is potentially in there. And maybe down the line it won't be such a big deal. Let's say I've already rolled CG, for instance, and I have a Bofa. Maybe people wouldn't feel as bad me making a Sunlight Antelope crossbow. But right now, if it's like a massive direct range upgrade, I can see why people may feel that's kind of cheesy. But you know, I did pay the price, but I wouldn't then necessarily say it's a worth, like an equal trade price, because I guess you couldn't really even put a price on how good an upgrade like that would be, even in Clue Scrolls. If I had to do 200 Clue Scrolls, for instance, unless that was set as a precedent at the beginning of the series of I can pay 200 Clue Scrolls to unlock something, I think maybe it's best to avoid it. But we'll see. We'll see how it sort of plays out. But yeah, I do appreciate the feedback from everyone, by the way. It's one of those things that I like to get a little bit of feedback and bounce back on thoughts that rattle around in my brain. Else, I kind of feel like I'm going one way with something and then maybe a 360 on it. So yeah, so far I think we've been pretty good in sticking to the integrity. There's nothing that I've done. There's only been one punishment so far, and that was the sunlight splinters. Yeah, exactly. I've not done a single rooftop. Actually, that is technically a lie, although I didn't realize till after, which was the Monkey Agility course when I was running it for the Monkey Madness quest. But because I think you can... I don't know if I could have got a Mark of Grace during the quest, but I did do that and then realize after the fact. But no, I would not actively do any rooftops, even though it's a 0.5% chance of getting a mark. So yeah, if it kind of falls into the same category as that, then to me it makes sense. I don't think I would go ahead and make the crossbow. I'll mull it over. I'll ponder. Because it could have been like a happy byproduct of a mistake in which the offending clog item was dropped. And this is like a byproduct of that. And then it does, yeah, it does depend. Like I said, people have different opinions on stuff, and it is good to hear all of them. Helps me make an informed decision. But let's say I rolled Fire Cape, for instance, next, and had to do 100 Fire Cape kills. Then a Sunlight Antelope crossbow, or Sunlight crossbow, whatever it's called, Hunter crossbow, would be fantastic. And I do have an MSB with a ton of rune arrows. So I don't know how adjacent it is, but yeah. Yeah, it's also, I don't know how big of a deal it is in the grand scheme of things. It's not like I've randomly snuck in a TOA and pulled a shadow. Because I was like, oh, I don't think I'll get a purple, and then pulled a shadow or something. It's quite minute in the grand scheme of things. But yeah, it is good to hear opinions. I think if we had a consistent theme of me sniping random items and being like, oh, look at this. That's nice. Then, yeah. Straight to jail with him. In the bin. Christ. Okay, we are 25 kills away from 18,000 imps. That crept up on me. It was a good idea to put the combat achievements on in the guild or clan, by the way. I don't know why I hadn't had it on. I just didn't think that far ahead, I guess. But it's a nice extra thing to grats. How many have you opened so far on the mediums, or is this your first 100 to crack into? $20 kills. 900 so far. Eesh. Yeah, Storm, you might have to accidentally, or you might have to leave the clan temporarily so it doesn't pop up. I mean, not that anyone would hunt you. Maybe Grizz would, but no one would hunt you. But that will be a big flex in that pop-up. Even if you do want to leave the clan temporarily, or leave the chat temporarily, and then post it in the Discord, I think that's also fair enough. Most afraid of? Yeah. Fasani's Nightmare is terrifying me at the moment. I don't know why I put it on. But it's on there. And there's no reason for it to be removed because it's not locked behind anything. That and Dagonoth Kings. Those two things are spooky. Because DK's has a pretty hefty pet requirement as well. 3 1 in 5Ks. Okay, 2 more KC. And we are now at 18,000 imps killed. Sheesh. Unfortunate. It's alright, sub 20k. Mod Unk told me. Easy peasy. Yeah, it's up to you, Storm, if you want to stay in or leave. Like I said, no, I don't think anyone's going to be out there being an arse to you. If anything, if you need protection detail, I'm sure some of the boys will be more than happy to tag along. Good bunch of eggs. So as I say, when you join the Bowl of Oats, you do lose a couple of IQ points. That is just standard. That is the price you pay. The longer you stay in, the smoother the brain gets. Yeah, see, that's the trade-off, isn't it? So you can do mass worlds, which would be perfectly fine to do. In a perfect world, I would like to do as many solos as possible. Since they also removed a phase now, I believe, it should be easier. And technically, with the gear that I do have access to, it's a bit annoying that I wouldn't have a charge staff. I have an Iban staff. I don't know. I don't know how good an Iban staff would be. Is Ivan's blast actually? Oh, it's not even it's not a charge staff. It's a cast. So I'd have to manually cast or whatever the pillars are. So no thralls, but that's minor differences anyway. In terms of everything else, you can technically do it with like not the best gear in the world. I could do it with a dragon mace and a dream, basically. But I have no additional strength boosting stat in the ring. I've got a glory. Yes. There's a high chance of dying on Fasani, basically. But you are correct. If I get Fasani ticked off the list, the full Inquisitor set with a crush weapon like that does make certain grinds really, really nice. Like, imagine hitting Cerberus down the line after have done Fasani's. You're going to be in a really good spot. I'm pretty sure it's Cerberus this week to crush. And I'm not sure in terms of power scale where the different staffs sit. So I don't really see anyone using those staffs in anything. I'm assuming because there's easier ways to get cheaper things, but the... What are they even called? I've forgotten the name of them. The Nightmare. Nightmare staff. Okay, wow. Good job. But if you put like the Eldritch Orb and stuff in it, I don't know particularly what it does. I just know it's a staff. It does stuff. But yeah, I'm looking forward to a challenge, is the honest truth. And the Champions Challenge is not really so much a challenge of skill, it's more a challenge of mental endurance. And I think I've proved time and time again, due to how dry I go on quite a lot of things, that I can stick at pretty much anything. But I would like to test that with skill elements involved as well. So any bossing content would be nice. Raids content would obviously be fantastic, unless it was theatre, then spooky. I wouldn't mind one of the lesser wildy bosses as well. Although I don't know how that works with the diary steps. I'd have to look at that. But there's no agility in the wilderness other than the course at the very back, and that doesn't give marks of grace. So unless you have to kill certain things out there, then it should be fine. Certain things with clogs, I should say. That's very vague. I don't know if Scorpion's on that list. This is impossible to get. Show myself up. One of each demi-boss after one to get to the other achievement. Oh, okay. Right, so technically, can I even do that then? Do they need to come off the wheel? Or is that one of those ones that has to be an exception to the rule to progress the account? Because one case here, all of them to progress the account in a locked state is something that might have to be done. Because it's the same as the Chompy Bird, Elite Void, and Zora grind is technically undoable in any particular order that you look at it, unless you bypass one of the rules and allow progress into one of those logs. Because the Chompy Bird is only accessible, the Chompy Hat technically is only accessible if you've unlocked the Chompy Chick, because it's on the same log. But you can't get that unless you've done the Elite Western Province Diary or something. Or the Hard? One of the two. We spoke about it before. It rots my brain every time. But it's that there. Kill Zora once. Claim a Chompy Bird hat. 300 kills. Equip any complete Void set. You do need to kill Thermi once also. And then you have to do the hat after 1,000 kills. So yeah. That one's impossible to complete in any order that would not encroach on one or the other. So if the wilderness does have that, does that mean I'd only be able to do the mass ones? I wouldn't be able to do the singles. Or a Slayer task. Okay, so there is a potential workaround, but getting thousands of kills specifically on a Slayer task could be shiesty. Because going into multi puts you outside of teleport range, right? So you can't instantly TP away. Where's that going? Oh, I see, okay. Grass pet. Can't do master single without hards done, I believe. Stop, yeah, I guess it's always to stop botting, isn't it? But they end up hurting the player base sometimes. But a necessary evil. But you need the boss slayer task to allow access. Oh, okay. So I'd have to specifically get the boss from Cristelia saying go kill such and such. That's not great. Yeah, so that needs to either be a 1KC workaround in which it unlocks access to those things, and obviously pray that there's no green log. But if it's locked into a point of it being undoable, it either needs to come off the wheel, but then there's no point taking it off the wheel if it's the same thing down the line no matter what, right? So it's either one of those ones that the rule has to be broken to progress, and if it's completely unavoidable, then we will have to do it, same as with the Elite Void, Chompy Bird, Zolra circle, and Thermi needs to die once as well. So there's a circle there that can't be avoided. Eventually, Zolra has to be done first no matter what. That's on the log still, the other two have been taken off. But once Zolra's green logged, then the other two can go on, and then we can play around with the discrepancy of one Thermi kill and stuff like that to unlock the Chompy Birds. But yeah, if it's undoable, then rather than taking off three wieldy bosses, we'll just have to get one kill each. Which does suck, as I do like to stay as clean as possible. But with stuff like that, I look at it similar to Swampletics, where he had to leave Mauritania once to do progress, and there's only 1 or 2 times he ever had to leave, but it was unavoidable when he did leave to do certain things, right? So if it's completely unavoidable now with how they've made diaries, then I'll have to do it. In the grand scheme of things, there are so many other things on that wheel at the moment. I don't think it's too much of an issue. We've got so many things to add as well still. So there's a lot of content out there that still needs to be chipped away at. And obviously there's optimal content routes, and there is suboptimal. And I don't get to pick. Yeah, we need to fix that Slayer issue, and then slam on Abyssal Sires, because technically with Slayer as well, I'm not able to get whips. Yeah, it would be technically possible, but that would be, I guess, what people would consider like a death chunk grind on a chunk man, where only being able to do that particular Slayer boss, like you'd have to farm for that one Slayer boss for 40 KC, which could take however long to get that many KC to then do a potential like 7,000 kill grind or something. I think could be kind of brutal. And also, ultimately, unfun. And it has to be fun, else what's the point? Life's too short, you know? Yeah, I can't go kill Abyssal demons because they have an Abyssal Dagger and an Abyssal Whip, which is both on the Sire log. So, pretty much until Sire is green logged, this Zombie Axe and a Dragon Sim are going to be my best weapons. Unless we roll Perilous Moons, of course, then that would be fantastic. Best melee weapons, I should clarify. Yeah, moonwalk around there. Yeah, I got really excited, Blake, because I was like, oh, but it's on the Slayer log, isn't it? And if it's on the Slayer or Miscellaneous, I can technically go for it. So I was like, oh, that's fantastic. Abyssal Whip, easy peasy. Abyssal Dagger, lovely. And then I looked at the bosses, saw Sire, Dagger and Whip. So it does have crossover, but it's not allowed because it's directly on a boss log. Now there is an exception to that, in the... I think there's a multi-log, and if it's multi-logged, it's fine. But because the whip is only on sire and the dagger is only on sire, I can't make an exception. Something like the Draconic Visage, which drops as a miscellaneous, a Slayer drop, but is also across multiple logs, which is Vorkath and KBD, is technically then up for grabs because it's enough spread across different logs that it's a multi-log item on the Slayer. Not that I would actively go hunting for it at Dragons, but if it dropped, it wouldn't be the end of the world. Other things, unfortunately, do not fall into that category. Huasca Seeds, I don't know if they're on Miscellaneous or Slayer. Or either. But Antler Guards, Alchemist Sigils, and Broken Antler, that kind of stuff, I can't go for because those creatures have the seed on it. And the seed is exclusively on the Huey log. So I think with the Visage, no. However, with a Onyx, yes. Because technically I could go and buy an Onyx now. But I don't want to get an Onyx unlocked until I have a boss that is green-logged, a boss that has an Onyx attached to it. And then I can buy as many as I want. But if I haven't rolled that Onyx yet, then I won't be doing it. Because obviously an Onyx is across so many different bosses, right? So again, like Zolcano, Zolra, Skitizo. But until I roll one, I can't go buy one. Which I think is fair enough, right? Bell's Folly and Shellbrain Griffin. Is there a multi-log across those two? Griffin Feather, the Folly. Is that on Slayer as well? No. Griffin Feather is different to the Shellbane Griffin Feather, right? It is not. Good spot. Shit. Okay, so technically I couldn't kill anything that drops that feather until I've done the boss. Unless it only drops from him. I haven't looked. I haven't done any Slayer yet. But yeah, so that right there is an exact... Well, if the normal mob doesn't have that on its list or something I would have looked at, then that very well could have been a forfeit roll. If I'd looked and been like, oh, I can kill these griffins or albatrosses, whatever, and then it dropped one of those, then I would have to roll. Which is why I was more careful with the new, like the Antler Guard stuff. I had a proper look to make sure that I could or couldn't do it. But they all have seed drops. Yes, I wouldn't be able to do it then. Well, I wouldn't be able to kill normal griffins, I should say. But you could go on there. Shelly. Could be added to the wheel. He's locked behind sailing though, so sailing would have to be unlocked first. No, I don't think so. So it's avoidable. Like I wouldn't go. I'd just be very, very cautious not to shoot at any random griffins. Like I don't know how the boats work. Like, I wouldn't have a manned cannoneer, for instance, and then go past the griffin and hit it. Yeah, so that would be nice and safe. But it's like the is it Dragon Pick? No, that's not on there. It's like the Glacial Tomotley Pendant and the Frozen Tear are all also on a Moxalatl, so I couldn't go for those. Just various bits like that, basically. Griffins in a separate cave. Yeah, exactly. Perfect. Yeah, if they're kept out of the way, then that's even less chance of fucking up. So there is a method that I could technically do. If a kill is needed on a creature that does have drops, and it's just the kill that's needed, if I hit it, and then let, like, another account finish it off, you don't get the drops, but you might still get kill credit. So if there is a quest griffin that might have the thing attached to it and all that, I mean, I'll cross that bridge as and when we come to it. But there are ways around certain things. Like I had a fire giant task that I was doing. And obviously there's a giant champion scroll attached to it. And knowing that, I wasn't going to go ahead and kill them normally. So I got half the Slayer XP, killing them by hitting them and then letting another account finish them off so that I wouldn't get the drop. So there are ways around certain stuff, but obviously that took so long and it's pointless. You're getting half the XP. But I couldn't skip the task. So I had to kind of muscle my way through. And as you can see, Slayer has been pretty much left alone. But I'm sure there's some other crossovers that I haven't looked at yet. But this is why I do Oats speed prep stuff in the videos, because I like to, as and when I approach a grind, try and pay full attention so I don't cock up. And I think that's why I don't know how many green logs we've done now, quite a few. 17? Maybe slightly more. We've only had one misstep. So we're doing okay, in the grand scheme of things. Obviously we'd like that to be 0 missteps, but hey-ho. Just give me a purple beam. Bzz, bzz. Yeah, we've had a couple of close calls, but... Oh, a nature impling. Yoink. Torstals. An orange tree seed. Wow. Yeah, we've had a few close calls. Chonky dogs. Go on, son. I am low-key looking forward to getting Mahogany Homes as well, because then I can do a bunch of house upgrades. I thought I was a fellow imp grinder for a second. I've had a couple of people scrapping me for imps. Oh, it's you. I see you. I see you. Yeah, I had a few people that jumped on and started tagging imps. I don't know if there's... I don't know if they were just looking for their beads or something. It does happen now and then. Most people just think I'm weird for running around smacking imps. If they don't know, obviously. Which most people do not. What quest are you on your way to do? I saw you in the full Plague City get-up, so I'm assuming something to do with those sort of shenanigans. And the Imp Flyers, are these technically the very first rendition of a dossier? You know, Yama would be proud. Yeah, Morning's End Part 2, fair enough. Death Rune's kind of essential. If you're going to be grinding out Guardians, you do want to get as many of those as you can. Or, if you want a ton of runes, might I suggest Barrows. It is wonderful this time of year, and it does produce over 300,000 of them. I wonder if Jagex has removed Imp Scrolls in an update. Huh. I think there's only so long a man can spend killing imps in a day before he starts to lose his mind. And I'm not quite there yet, but I'm approaching. Could be worth having another little peruse at how many ensouled imp heads we have. And if we have like 200, maybe we go smash those out. They're not the most fun to do. They don't count towards the track KC either. Which is sad. Because number go up is all we have going for us right now. Good afternoon, Zach, my friend. How are you doing? It has been a crazy grind. The problem is, obviously up until me doing a little bit of streaming, this is effectively what it has been for a lot of the different grinds, like Temporos, all that kind of stuff. It's just me sitting here, usually in my pants, to be honest. So we've upgraded in life a little bit. But it's just this. It's just constant banging your head against the big boy grind. Well, at least this way, I've had the opportunity to interact with people, which has been nice. Because I can see this would have been the kind of grind that, if there'd been no one to yap to whilst doing it, a red bead. No. Be gone. Yeah, without people to chat to while doing this would have been mind-numbing as hell. And it has been, obviously, when I've not been streaming, but I fortunately have Dank to pester in the meantime. Ram as well takes the brunt of my deep sighs. And now we can share the load. Yeah, I was hoping it would be done over the weekend as well, to be honest. I mean, that's why we're on 18,000 KC. I've been grinding. But yeah, it's just not dropping, is it? Everyone's just actually figments of our imagination. I'm not even on the PC right now. I'm just yapping to myself in a dark room. That's actually terrifying to think of. Surely. I tell you what, right? This is what's going to happen. I'm going to go dry, or more dry, further dry. Nice. I'm going to go more dry on this one than I hoped for. But as a reward, the wheel spin is going to be fantastic. I'm going to roll an Oats choice. I'm calling it, and it'll be cinema. What should be revs now, but it will be an Oats choice. It has to be. The script is written. Oh, that's a nice album, mate. Always nice to see the fam when you can. Nightmare, I will do Nightmare however I possibly can. So if that is mass worlds and trying to get as much damage in as possible, or if I can solo it, I will solo it. Just because obviously chance of a drop in my name goes up. And the choice has now shifted because Marks of Grace would be fantastic for achievement diaries, but I think for a glaring stopping point in the account right now, Slayer is still a big issue. So what we would do is we would go ahead and select Tormented Demons. And then we would hard camp and do task skipping to make sure that we got access to Greater Demons. And then just smash them out. And even if we went a bit dry, the amount of Slayer XP you would get from green logging Tormented Demons would be insane. So I think it's about 1k XP per kill. So that'd be fantastic. God Wars camp is in the Wildy, no? Oh, you mean down in the... Oh, I see. So I am cannoning at the moment. I have the cannon set up in... Not Zaya. Down by the Hesidious Beach. So that's just shooting at the moment. So you do meleeing here, and then your cannon's pinging away on the beach. And then every time it runs out, I just go restock. And I use that as an opportunity to also recharge my own energy in the hoose. Yeah, Synapse would be fantastic. We did realise that I can't get an Ember Light, which I knew, but it was reminded that I can't get an Ember Light until I've done Skatizo, which is fine. Yeah, Burning Claws would be brilliant to get. So many uses for that. So I think I definitely would pick Tormented Demons going forward. But the core fundamental issue that we are currently facing is the fact that the Imp Scroll does not exist. Yeah, the Scobo would be nice to get as well. And I definitely have the fletching level to make it, which is nice. And then the Purging Staff, I think, is... Is the Purging Staff adjacent to an Aram Staff in terms of magic bonus? think it is. But I think the first thing that I would make would be the purging staff, and then I could kill the demons even quicker. See, that's the thing. I mean, you missed it earlier, but it's in the Discord. Ryan pulled a skeletal champion scroll on 10 total skeleton KC on the tracker as well. So, you know, anything can happen. In fact, it might even still be in the channel. Is it? There it is. Ryan pulled skeleton champion scroll on his 33rd collection log in 10 KC. So, there's luck out there. We just need to harness it. Anything can happen. Right, I'll be right back in 2 seconds. Let's see if the chair stream guesses the scroll.
I try to get by, something that I'm not into. My mind is paralyzed. Don't care, I just might pack my bags and take off tonight. Don't need the pressure from ya. No need to put that on me. Just need some fresh air to breathe.
Nope. Looks like the script didn't work. Outrageous. I thought the chair script was guaranteed.
Don't need a lot, I'm good with change in my pocket. My way ain't perfect, it's mine, so that seems worth it, right?
Ooh, good point. Yeah, okay, now imagine if if I missed the Imp Champion scroll, that would be devastating. But I knew I'd be less than a minute. I'm pretty sure Mega Scaling got crushed. But that's outside of what I do anyway. I'll probably go for my first purple, and then like certain milestones in the raids, and learn how to do stuff properly before I incorporate any external help. Hey, congrats DVD, my friend, the Ranger Boots, 991. Time to get those green shoes on, shoot some more powerful shots. Have you already done Cerberus, actually? I didn't check your looting bag to see if you had a Pegasian sitting around. Not Pegasian, yeah, Pegasian. Primordial's the red strength boot. Bonk. Was that the trade-off? The 2KC Ranger boots meant that your death warrant was signed. Yeah, so any of the raids I would want to do, you know, in classic Oat fashion. I'd want to do some kind of progression through it to a certain, you know, point in the story, and the story of the account, you know. So if it was TOA, for instance, I'd like to be able to complete at least a couple of solo raids. And then push the invocation to a certain point, and then once I'd hit that point, I could bring in people of parallel gear, rather than busting in the big guns off the rip, because I feel like that would kind of nullify some of the point of doing the raids. But yeah, anyone that joined me, I'd ask to have gear adjacent to my own, just to make it more interesting. Because if someone's running around with a full Missouri and a twisted bow, or full ancestral and a shadow, I think it would make my life kind of boring, and it wouldn't be particularly fun to watch either. I'd need a stamina pot or two to run the head, I reckon. Well, I think I could do it. Plus, if you die in chambers, it's not the end of the world, because it doesn't count as oh, it's a safe death. I think. I'm pretty sure. Let's go drop off these beads. I'll catch you later, DVD, my friend. Hopefully you have a good rest of your day. Yeah, safe death, yeah. Whee. Congrats, Ryan, on the 99 sailing. He be a scurvy sea dog indeed. How did you find that grind overall? I thought so, Beer. Yeah. It just means that I can learn some of the bosses that I have no idea what they do. Because, like, Vespula? What's that all about? Why is there a portal? What's the bug doing there? Wardens? No clue. Big guy with a hammer and a sword. What are you supposed to do? How do you avoid getting smacked to half your HP? These are the questions that we will be answering as and when we roll it. How slow can one man do the crab room? We'll find that one out too. What was the total value you made from that salvage? Because I hear it's quite good. Yeah, the barrow stack is propping up the bank value for sure. I think it's about 150 mil bank value now. Let's go for... $11 mil raw cash. That's pretty damn good. Got to model my way through, you know. I've got to figure it out. I'll look at a guide, but just because I read a guide doesn't mean I understand the guide. So I always find it takes a couple of tries to get it down. The only thing is, a couple of tries when you're risking your life is exponentially more bumhole clenchy than if I was no longer a hardcore. Which is another reason that Fasanis would be terrifying, because there's a high chance of dying. You're ruining this guy's fire-making level. Sorry, my friend, you carry on. Cabbage there for you. Outrageous. Yeah, true, Alvin, true. But emotionally, dying in this game, even if it's a safe death... Yeah, actually, learning Cox is going to be fine. But Nightmare, not fine. Dagannoth Kings as well. There is definitely a way that you can portion them out and make it a way safer thing to do. But I'd need to learn how to do that also. The only thing going for me with Dagannoth Kings is because my agility is so high, I now have both the shortcuts. So resupplying and getting back down there will be really nice and easy to do. Additionally, on top of that, because I have the hard diary done and Waterbirth Island unlocked on the Enchanted Lyre, I can get there, like teleport straight to the island, run over, run down, bish bash bosh. See, this is the thing. So goblins are technically getting hit by the cannon. Very, very slow rate, but I have 192 goblin kills so far. Because in this little pit over here, there's a couple of goblins that keep wandering down, and then they just catch a stray. Because this thing shoots so far, it shoots all the way over here. So there is technically a very small chance that we end up with a goblin scroll before the imp scroll. But at this rate, it looks like we may be going to 20k. '14th hardcore, 4th variation of low combat HC. Yeah, but that's because you've got a vision, right? You have a vision in mind, Storm, that you want to get done. Me, I just amble my way through. And technically, if you wanted to get your melee combat stats basically maxed at Scurrius before you start playing the account, it's doable. It is doable. Kills per hour. So we started the stream today on 16,666. We are now on 18,534, so about 130 KC difference in 3 hours. So what's that? 2,000 kills in 3 hours? So we've been killing these imps for quite a long time now. So at 20k KC, we'll be at 30 hours of imp killing. Wait, no. Surely not. Oh. Someone check that maths. And if I'm correct, lie to me. Say we've only been here for 15 hours. Yeah, it might be approximately that many then. Oh dear. I'm telling you, since I started picking up these white beads, the game is literally waiting for me to have the orange beam of white beads, and then it will let me get the scroll. And I think we just about hit it, because the tracked amount of beads is not correct, because some of them have despawned on the beach. But the ones that I have in my bank at the moment, after maybe 10 more, will push us into the orange beam territory. Maybe it's like Valheim, where you have to offer up certain sacrifices to then be able to unlock the boss. If I get 3 more white beads, I'll go have a look at the stack. And then we'll put it on the table. Time moves in weird ways when you've been killing imps for nearly 20 hours or however long it's been. No, I need to look now. I have to peep it with my own peepers. Is this an orange beam? 539 white beads. No. 18k off. So technically that is, what's that, nine more? Okay, 9 more white beads, then we get the orange beam. So if that is what happens, I'm going to be a little bit upset. But 9 white beads, 1 mil white bead stack, scroll drops. That's what the script is. Unless you cabbage, damn it. Cabbage and burnt bread. These are the times we're living in. Can I just say, right, and this is definitely a sign of getting older, the fact that it is 5:30 to like right now, and it is sunny outside and light. If that doesn't lift your mood, I don't know what will. How can you be sad killing imps when the sun's out? I think it gets dark around 8 PM now. 7:30. Peak summer, it gets dark at 9. Sit out in the garden. Have a beverage, cup of tea, beer, whatever you want. Technically there is that, Mr. Cat. But you can appreciate the sun from a closed blind, you know? Come on, Jagex, give me the scroll. Pretty sure it's time. Thank you, Ryan, my friend. Fingers crossed we won't go too much drier than we are now. I hope you enjoy the rest of your evening. And I haven't mentioned it yet, but I'll put it on the Discord as well as YouTube, like the notification thing. But stream times are going to be announced officially as Mondays and Wednesdays, 2:30 till, well, it's either going to be 4, 5 or 6 hour streams, depending on how things are going. Usually 5 or 6. Keep to the amount we've been doing. And then any changes, I will notify people that changes are going to be made, rather than just sort of randomly popping up for the different days. Makes it a bit easier to know where and when I'm going to be on. Nice, man. Glad to hear it, glad to hear it. Come on, scroll. Or actually, no, 9 beads, then scroll. Laters, my man. I wonder what items I'd like to collect going forward. It's like a... As an Iron Man, it's kind of hard, because usually you buy stuff on the GE. But if I were to collect something, I don't know what it would be. It'd have to be something weird. But also useful. I mean, Dank started making... he's opened my eyes to something today that I didn't even know was a thing. But supposedly you can make these holy potions that you can throw at demons. Which is kind of wild to me. But it does take quite a long time to make them. But without a ranged demon bane weapon, that might be an alternative. What in the commercial was that? That's the one, Holy Vials from the Legends Quest, yeah. Because he made 200 of them in preparation for a couple of Sire kills. Because he doesn't have the Scobo, he was going to use those to attack the tentacles. Because supposedly, if you hit it with a Demon Bane weapon, it dies in one hit. But it does not work for the Holy Vials. So a dream was crushed upon this day. And it takes a long time to make 20 bowls. Depending on my next roll on the wheel, I might achieve the later in life realized dream of the 2K Hardcore Iron Man. Depends. If we hit Runecraft, then I will. Maybe. Well, that's the thing. I think he played back in the day. So he was like, I'm going to use this. Because it is a Demon Bane weapon, it has the effect. But it is lumped in, but it never had the same... it just doesn't hit the same damage, which I guess makes sense, because it's not technically... Its max hit is supposed to be like a 17 or an 18 or something. So imagine if that hit a 50, I guess you'd be a little bit startled. But it does also reduce their defenses by 5. Which is kind of cool. No, to be honest, with the whole Easter holiday shenanigans and seeing family and stuff, I haven't looked into it yet. But I am still very keen. To be fair, I don't know if he'll answer me, but I might ask Tedious and see if he would be willing to give me some advice on that. Not entirely sure. Because I know I used this one for the longest time. Before starting this account, I used it as well. It's just nice to have a audible aid to go with a drop. Because then if you're not paying full attention, or you're looking away a bit, or, you know, focused elsewhere, it just snaps you back to it, doesn't it? Because at the moment it's just me gasping. And this one's going to be a relief to be done. 'Tis for sure. Come on, Orange Beam, Hidden Tech. Four more white beads. Is that stealing his crab? I hope it isn't. But at the same time, there's a high chance these guys are bots. And if they're not, I do apologise. But they probably are. Maybe not. That gear, I don't know what looks botty these days. Yeah, but it's fighting for that world, isn't it? It's like certain areas are contested, especially when you're doing... the Wilderness Slayer bosses, or the Wilderness single bosses, seems to be a really frustrating point of contention. Well, obviously, PVMers don't like PvP, so then they all fight for a particular world in which they can sit on it and stay there and kill hundreds of the bosses just to get the green nog. But then they'll hit each other, skull up, and then try and scare each other off by running in and out and attacking each other with either other accounts or whatever, even though most of them can't PK anyway. And then a real PKer comes along and kills everyone. It's all a bit of a disaster, really. And then they say, you hop, no, you hop. And then, yeah. People crash in your world. Disaster. Those poor crabs. I think there's a higher chance of them being discovered at those crabs though, right? Like if someone sees a bot standing at the other crab, then they might report it. But it's like when you see people doing the ones on Fossil Islands and they stand in obscure places. It's because if there's no foot traffic going past there. Like I've seen a couple of them when I was on my way to mine volcanic ash on Fossil Island. I'm pretty sure I actually ran into Mr. Mammal there once. But I guess if you're not him, I've seen a couple of people, what I would assume to be bots, standing there. Yeah, true. It is definitely the scripting catcher that gets most of them. Because 9 times out of 10, who's got time to right-click someone and then report them? Unless they're saying offensive stuff or just being a dick. You're not really gonna... Unless it's like so blatant that you're botting, like they've all got identical names and they're... Like 50 guys rocked up now and started chopping trees. You'd be like, okay, that one's quite obvious. But yeah, 9 times out of 10, we just live and let live. Ooh. Oh, another bead. 2 more beads. Yeah, 9 times out of 10, the only reason I'm going to really report someone is if they're saying something just ridiculous. And usually, for some reason, those people tend to congregate in worlds like forestry worlds around certain trees, or star mining. And I don't know if it's because, as RuneScape players, we're a very odd breed of humans. And then when they get put in an environment with other people, they don't know how to act properly. So they just start going absolutely skits and typing some heinous stuff. So yeah, I mean, everywhere else, everyone's lovely. Yeah, that's the other difficult thing to factor in when you're talking about RuneScape players and bots, though. Because technically, I think my account at one point was like 85% chance of being a bot. In based on like the activities that I had done to the degree that I'd done it and the time spent doing it. It was like, this guy's definitely a bot. Unfortunately, I'd be able to back it up and be like, I'm definitely not. Look, I'm just absolutely locked in right now. But there's a lot of people that do exactly the same thing. True. I should change my name to everything in caps. Chuck a couple of random numbers in. Oh, as if you just teleported in front of me. Oh, that's kind of a good name. 49 Lamp 48. Yeah, you can usually tell. There's certain names that just like someone smashed the keyboard and they hope for the best. You've been rumbled. Quick name change twice. But it's not dissimilar to the people that do the Grand Exchange scam stuff, right? They say, look, wear this full gilded set for my video and then come to my world with blah 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 gear. It's like, no. I shan't. KC is looking diabolical, Glacies. We are on 18,782. So we're closing in on 19,000. However, in Jagex's defense, it was waiting for me to get a orange beam stack of white beads first, which will happen in 2 more white beads. So once we have 2 more white beads, then I've unlocked the ability to get the scroll. So it's my fault, really. I should have got more white beads quicker. But yeah, unfortunately, we are still at imps. So, is this stream 3 of imps now? 2, 4, 6. It is 9 more beads. That is 3. Not 2, because that is how numbers work. But that also does depend if there's a random crash in white bead prices. I'm not even going to dignify it by reading that one out, Storm. Actually, let's pick the cannon up and put it down. So I don't have to come back and reload it. Yalla. Here we go. $200 more kills, and then we're going to be on 19,000 KC. As I said, it's not the worst one to go dry on. It's not the best, it's not the worst. We've had the worst one to go dry on, and we did go dry by 15k. We hit 15k KC for Earth Warriors, so... you know how it be. It's not me literally wanting a white bead drop more than I want the scroll right now. I'm holding out for 3 white beads before we get the scroll. So just don't give me the scroll before the white beads at this point. What is the good luck song? The problem is with YouTube, you can't play anything other than royalty-free music. Hence my choice of Techno Light, which has kind of been playing constantly. Yeah. If I could have Spotify on and be blasting some tunes, I would. But it is undoable on the Yob Chub. go-to song for maxing out bench press. I mean, I don't even barbell bench. I just dumbbell bench. But if I'm going heavy, it's got to be something with a bit of zest to it, you know. Bit of light the torch. What have I been listening to recently? I mean, to be honest, I've been lazy as sin. I haven't been to the gym in like 2.5, 3 weeks. So I need to get back on that. But a bit of Whitechapel. I think Whitechapel gets me going. So this is the, yeah, I'm an observer of the powerlifting community more than an active participant. But yeah, it's for benching, it's got to be some Whitechapel. Exactly. I'm just taking an extended deload. That's all it is. Gonna go back into it fresh as hell. Instantly tear something. Go back on a deload, you know? The cycle continues. But I am looking to potentially sign up to a new gym, which is like a strongman gym, which should be fun. They have all of the good stuff, the big logs. Etc, etc. I don't know if I'll be doing the boulders anytime soon. Or the Atlas stones. I've been training for a wee while. Wouldn't say I'm jacked by any standard, because I like my food too much. We say I'm soft. But you know. Relatively in shape. Not to toot my own horn. I think I'm just average human plus. You know? We haven't quite hit the Deluxe edition yet. Yeah, Whitechapel goes hard. Though to be fair, there's been a couple of bands I've been listening to recently. I say listening to recently, re-listening to from when I was a weean. And Bury Tomorrow has been coming up more and more. Some old Suicide Silence stuff has been pretty good. But there, yeah, there's a bunch of interesting bands out there from back in the day. Yeah, I got to stay warm for winter, you know. But now winter's gone, maybe I need to stay slightly less warm for winter. Stop searching that bush. It's now in there. Oh, is that the bead? I think it is. We'll get one more just for safety, so we don't have to then embarrassingly put it on the table and then not have enough, and then come back to get another one. Damn. The man's a genius. Now I can no longer search those. Okay, watch me come back to this to do the Tower of Life quest and be confused why I can't search that now. Just somebody remember. Because I sure as hell won't. Yeah, I've got a very eclectic music taste in terms of variety. I listen to a lot of sad boy acoustic, indie music like Palace, a bit of Matt Corby, stuff like that, but then my bread and butter is metal, grew up on it. Unfortunately, we can't play that here. Right. I think this is it. We are going to go back to the bank with our white beads, and we're going to see if we have breached the 1 million GE value of the white bead. If we have, and we get an orange beam on that table, we've officially unlocked the champion scroll. That's 999. That's not going to be enough. So we're 1k off. You know what? Right. Hang on. You. Bead. That's a chicken. This is devastating. You? Well, always seems to be the way. There might be one on the beach waiting for me, though. Please be one there. No. How many unsold heads have we had now? 754. So if I'd picked up all of those early on, which I didn't, unfortunately, that's quite a significant chunk of prayer XP we'd be looking at. Good afternoon, Silas, my friend. We are currently at 18,908. So you could say we're a little bit dry. And you would be correct in saying so. But as I said, there's a weird thing that Jagex put into the game that they haven't officially announced yet. But you need to have an orange beam of white beads before you can actually get the champion scroll. And I forgot to grind that out first. So that's what we're working on now. We just need one more. And then we're guaranteed the scroll. I think it's 50 kills after. That's what it says on the wiki, at least. Just sneaking them in. Yeah, that's the thing. If they polled it, I would have said no, but unfortunately. Not so far just to catch this one. See, as a non-iron, you just buy it, right? You just buy the thing out first. As an iron, you have to grind out your beads first. Brother, where are these beads? I think everyone's ready to move on from imps now. we have all endured quite a bit of it. That's a good point, actually. I haven't looked at total amount of beads dropped. Wow, pretty much dead even. 751, 741, 742, and then 724 for the black ones. So, pretty even. If we've been picking up these mine talismans, that would be 1.4 mil in mine tallies. Obviously useless to me, but an interesting stack to have. If we look at GE value, total amount of imps value is 7.6 mil. So if you want to make a cheeky 7.6 mil on a non-Iron Man, kill 18,000 imps. I approve this message and method. Definitely worth your time. $40 more, and then we are at 19,000. It's definitely worth the time investment. Come on, where's that? There's one more white bead out there hiding. Where are you? You. Could happen. I think it counts as on the drop table, so technically you could see like the imp scroll plus an insult head, but I don't think you'd see something as well as the scroll. The scroll would become the drop itself. $17 more kills. Just bread. Normal bread. Rare. I think this is the equivalent to hunting for the spices down in Dave's basement. It's always the other one that you don't want. Okay, 5 more KC and we are on 19,000 imps killed. I'll go down to the beach and see if there is a bead waiting for me. 3 more kills. Maybe the cannon will get them as we approach. That's 1. That's 2. 19,000 imps. Slain. Shoo-wee. We are approaching 4 times dry now, which doesn't feel amazing. You know what they say? It's a 50-50 drop. You get it or you don't. And I just haven't got it 19,000 times. So really, if I just try a bit harder, I should get the drop. I might need a percentage dry check at some point if Dank is on. Because we were 29% dry overall before. This is definitely bumping that up. This is therapy. It's like whack-a-mole, but with imps. Wait, I don't need to be here. You. This white bead just doesn't exist right now. It's gone. Yeah, just have an icon of Grizz over all of them, and then chase it down. A bucket. This is true. I would lose about 50% efficiency. Maybe 40%, because I think it's the fact checking is crucial. Come on, where's this white bead? The fact I'm more excited about getting a white bead than I am the scroll says a lot about where my mental state is at, to be fair. Maybe we've hit our limit. There it is, there's the bead. Okay. Right, now hopefully this is enough to make the stack, unless it's dropped in value. Yeah, it's not. So, once I put this on the table, we unlock the ability to get the champion scroll. There we go. There should be a white beam, an orange beam, and there it is. Wow. What a fantastic use of our time. A 1 million GE value of white bead. Now I'm not going to leave that there because that is boosting the bank value. And artificial inflation is good. So we're at 652 million. But now that we've done that, I can actually unlock the scroll. So, my bad for not getting that done sooner. It's time. We have 1000 KC to go before 20k, but now that we've done that, we're going to get it in 50 kills. Money back guarantee. Oh, you know, content creators usually do massive giveaways like here's a T-bow. Maybe I'll put in 550 white beads as something that you could win. Isn't that exciting? That's the kind of high-octane gameplay you get when you watch Oatbloke. 1 mil's value of white beads. I know. It's a lot. It's just the kind of guy I am. How much would it be for a pink beam? That's like 25 mil or something, right? Or is it 50 mil? Over 10 mil, okay. Well, we are not going to get another... We're not going to end up with 5,500 white beads. Because that would be 200,000 imp kills or something ridiculous. And statistically, unlikely. Oh god. Although I guess getting it in like 50,000 kills would be the equivalent of what Ryan got, where he got the champion, the skeleton champion score in 10kc, right? Is that the sort of, that's a similar odds? Oh, it's not, because that's ridiculous odds. He got it at such a minimal percent. Like 1%? Actually, yeah, that's what this grind is now. It is just me going for white beads, apparently. The imposter oak bloke. I can make so many friendship bracelets out of all these beads I've been picking up. Yeah, it's just gonna be me sitting on a throne of Ranar seeds and white beads. A special kind of friendship bracelet. You're a cruel man, Grizz. I think I have 8,000 in the bank at the moment, so we are definitely not hitting that. Although I wish I had the imp mask. Because if I had the imp mask from Clues... I'm pretty sure there is an imp mask, right? Yeah, as long as one of the beads has a flared base storm, we're fine. We'll get, if I'd picked up all of the beads, we'd have quite a lot of money. Oh, is it from Easy Clues? 90% sure I do not have one. I do not. I have flared trousers, but no imp mask. I think at 20,000 imp KC, it's time for an outfit change. Because I swapped to the rogue's gear, thinking I could steal myself the scroll, but it just didn't work. So we need to swap it up, switch it up, swap it about. Still 900 kills to go before then. But depending on what happens with this scroll, it looks like tomorrow I might have to spend a good amount of time making more cannonballs. Which was not on my list of things to do. Go pay Miscellanea a visit. See if I've got any coal laying around. Okay, I have a vision. Also probably known as psychosis at this point. We're going to hit 20,000 imps, because obviously we are. And then after we've hit 20k exactly, we'll take all the ensouled heads, and we'll go do the ensouled heads. I think that sounds fair. That could even be a prayer level, to be honest. Maybe not. Well, 40k prayer XP, maybe 60. But at this point, your boy's getting desperate. Uh, 19,160 KC. Currently. Oh, what's popping off over here with white beads though? Hang on. So we're approaching 4 times the drop rate now. Although the KC's a tiny bit higher than that, because we've done about 250 ensouled heads. It just doesn't count towards the tracker for some reason. That's kind of impressive. A 2.1% chance of being dry. I'm just an overachiever, you know? What can I say? Now, at what point does it hit 1% chance of being dry? Because those are the margins that we're aiming towards at the moment. And we don't want to hit that, but that's where it's going. Yeah, if this was a particular creature that would be dropping super high value items and going dry wouldn't be a problem, then it would be good. But seeing as raw chicken seems to be a common drop on burnt bread, I'm not exactly rejoicing. True. Maybe because I'm being so rude about the burnt bread and the meat that they drop. Yeah, you're right. Maybe I don't deserve the scroll. I'll pick up this hat. I'll just pop that on. Take one of those too, thank you. Take a bucket. What else? There's an egg there. Give me that egg. Let's put this down here so I don't accidentally lose it. An extreme crow. Oh, the raw chicken. We need one of those. A gift. Is it the extreme? You do not have to, my friend, but I do appreciate it. Are you sure? Thank you very much. I do massively appreciate that. I don't know if you're in the stream. I assume you might be. TY thank. TY thank is how I've chosen to type that in. I do apologise. Legend, thank you, mate. Can I put that in my pouch? Amazing. Thank you, sir. Maybe that is it also. We're going to have a ash here. We're going to put this in here. Maybe that's the good luck. Crow. I appreciate that, my friend. Thank you. Now we need a red bead. We're basically creating Exodia down the bottom here. We have an egg. We can't take a duplicate egg. That is... Maybe that is the luck we need. We need a burnt bit of bread. We haven't got one of those yet. I see a cabbage. That's a ball of wool. And a yellow bead. 2 balls of wool. We don't need 2. I was after the cabbage there. Give me the cabbage. Burnt bread. A berry. Give me the berry as well. Okay, this is my attempt to be appreciative of the imp's offerings. To show thanks for their sacrifice, we are picking up one of each thing. So we need a black bead, and then I think there's a piece of meat that they drop as well. Now we have the red bead. You always have to be grateful when people are as generous as that. That is never expected, always appreciated. We have the bucket. Yeah, surely this is how it's going to be. This is oh, we haven't got raw chicken yet. Let me grab one of those. Can I get a black bead, please, Mr. Imp? Sorry, imps are colourblind. I don't know if you knew that. So that's my bad. That's not his bad. There we go, bit of cooked meat as well. So now I think we're missing a piece of burnt meat. And I don't know what else they drop. A flyer. We need a flyer as well. Oh, a tinderbox. Oh, they drop a lot of shit, don't they? Stuff. Good things. They drop a lot of good things. I mean... bronze bowls. I'm not going to have enough room for all this. Trying to be grateful for the... oh, there's a potion there as well. Miscellaneous potion that they got laying around. You've got a pot too? Alright. There's the flyer. We're actually going to... oh, let's pick up the flyer. We're going to drop one of these white beads. See that? Sacrificing a high value item. No, it has to be in the inventory. It has to see the offering in there. So I'm not sure what we're missing now. Let me store these white beads quickly. The hat can be on the head because that's, you know, that's an essential part of the grind. We're missing a chef's hat, a hammer. I don't think we're going to have space for all this. Maybe just showing willing, you know, that'll help. I know we need a white bead technically, so that's good. I'm like a magpie, I can't leave that one there either. So we got some of the berries already. Oh, ashes. Of course. Yeah, normal ashes. My bad. Silly me. There's the chef's hat. Okay, okay. This is the real Extreme Oat collection right here. We're collecting one of each miscellaneous drop from the imps. I've lost my mind. Okay, there's bread dough. There's a bucket of water. There's a jug of water. There's more than 28 items there anyway. There's the jug. Give me that. Right, we're going to wield the... oh, we can't do that. I think the final Exodia piece is the black bead. If I arrange them like infinity stones down the bottom. We'll go containers at the top. Beads down the bottom. Random stuff there. We need food on its own section as well. There's a lot to keep up with. Scurry, mate, you want to get involved in this? If I could set him on them like the cat in Dave's basement, this would be so much quicker. I reckon he could scrap one of the imps. He's big enough. Black bead, please. There we go. Ask and you shall receive. Right, now that the inventory is full of offerings, now we're guaranteed. 19,250. Oh, there's the hammer, though. I've been thinking any kill for the last 15,000, so... willing to try the new tech. They're all hiding inside the house. Seeing if I can mix up the ashes there and save some space. If I can bind the beads together. Nope. Looks like it's not working. Right. Dropping it all. Maybe I need to just insult them at this point, you know? Trash imps. Tell you what though, byproduct of this grind, I genuinely am very, very impressed with the amount of range XP that I've got. Obviously that is a symptom of going dry on certain high HP mobs. But at the same time, actual benefit to the account this grind has been is massive. So, even if I'm kind of dry, I can't be too mad at it, right? The only thing is, I can imagine me sitting there killing 5,000 of any boss that requires range as the grind would yield similar results. just slowly do a parade going through the GE, dropping white beads as we go. But then secretly, I would be picking up the beads at the same time if I could, because I need to expand the empire. I've seen the orange beam. I know how much value there is now. It's definitely an unusual moneymaker. Does that always happen? If so, fair enough. If not, that's my luck used up. I found a needle in a haystack. Pretty sure that always happens. That must always happen.
Constantly changing my mind. Feels like I'm burning inside. Will it ever be different?
So it looks like we're definitely going to hit 20k imps this stream. And that's okay. We just have to accept it. 10% chance. What if I use the needle on the imp? I feel like I started to doing some yoga or something. Just to stretch out my spine after slumping in my chair for 4 hours, hitting imps. I'm gonna lean forward in my chair, intrigued. Come here. See, I do wish I had a standing desk, kind of, but also I do like sitting. And as long as you're walking around every now and then, it helps decompress the spine. Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? Setting it up so that the cables stretch enough and it also doesn't rip them out the back of your PC. What's the go-to beverage, Mr. Grizz? What brand are you? Well, yeah, to be fair, that is also an option. I think if we start to pick up on terms of numbers in stream and stuff, I'll definitely get you in as another mod. Thing is, I would put you in contact with Dank to actually speak to him via DMs and stuff, but I have a really bad feeling you two are going to get on too well. And you're already a certain type of personality that when combined, I think will be problematic for me. And I say that in jest, but I think I won't get a moment's peace. Cheeky bit of Budweiser. Yeah, that's what I'm fearing. That's what I mean. It'll be the kind of thing where I've asked someone a question, the other one would have answered it, and then you'll confer and be like, did you answer that question already? And the answer will be yes, of course. But it's the berating that will come with it. It's what we need to avoid. Come on, give us the scroll. See, the thing is, I always just mention that I'm dry. Should I complain? It seems like everyone complains and then gets the thing. So maybe I should whinge a bit and say, God, this game sucks. I don't have the scroll yet. Wow, bad game. That's all I've got. That's as much disdain as I can give the game because I know how the numbers work. Ooh, hell yeah. Did tickets sell out super quick? They've increased the capacity now, so hopefully there's a bit more. Yeah, I think that's why they increased it to 2 of the hangars, right? Because it sold out so fast, they were like, well, people obviously want to be there. Yeah. Hell yeah. Yeah, I'll still be one of those eager beavers that sits there waiting for it to launch. Because I haven't been to one before, so I think it'd be sick. It'll be a Runefest Andy. Yeah, I've been to the NEC a few times now. It's It's an absolute nightmare to work at. Because if you're trying to shoot between multiple of those hangars, just moving around is torture. But the actual, yeah, the venue's so big. Because I haven't really been to like a, I'll call it gaming convention, because I guess it is. I did Comic-Con back when I was like 17, 16. But outside that, not really been to a gaming event or pop culture event. Is San Diego the big one? Is that like the flagship Comic-Con? Fair. Yeah, the one I went to was in London, and it was all right, but unfortunately, the stereotype of comic book individuals did win out. It was somewhat of a pungent smell in those hangars. And I was low-key surprised, because I thought it was a meme. I thought everyone was like, oh yeah, it's just, everyone stinks. Turns out it wasn't far off. And I can see why, because if you're running around in like a full... If you're running around in full get-up, I guess it's kind of hard if you got your costume on and stuff, but... You'd like to break the stereotype, wouldn't you, really? Guess that's just how it be. To be fair, I mean, it is such a weird one because going to the NEC for the Arnolds, which also had like a Hyrox competition going on. So people are doing weights, they're lifting, they're sweating. It still didn't smell as bad as that Comic-Con did. Which that's what I mean. When I say I was shocked, I was quite surprised. Because being in like gym environments and stuff, you would expect it. But it wasn't even that bad. Getting that pure musty stank on. Delightful. Should do a little hose at the door, you know? Everyone gets hosed down as you come in. I am not looking forward to doing revs particularly. I think that is going to be a nasty grind. I am happy with the stats that I have going towards revs because I'm, you know, high combat. It means I'll die pretty much guaranteed because anyone that finds me in there will be able to run me down. So if I get teleblocked, I'm basically cooked. But at the same time, killing the revs themselves, I've got high stats, so it should be okay. So I guess it's not that bad. Plus, you know, getting the rev weapons for any of the boss grinds would be nice. It's just overcoming the fear of dying. Once I've died, I think it will just be a case of hopefully the drop soon. I'd like to survive it, because if I have all rev weapons as a hardcore, that'll feel quite nice. But I'm not a PKer. I don't really know how to tank PKs either, is the problem. I guess I'd end up taking like a set of my Carol's gear with me and a set of maybe just like a Darok set, a spare Darok set, and then see if I could tank them as I ran, but then that's food slots that I could be using instead. Because I don't have Sour Brews either. So, yeah, Revs is going to be interesting. And if a scroll drops on 5kc of Rev, I'll avoid killing the imps at all costs. Because if that does happen, then, yeah. Sag. Too unhygienic, you get banned. That's hectic. Okay. Imagine that being on the official rulebook. If your stank is too strong, you're banned. You know it's bad when that has to be a rule that you implement. Yeah, fair enough. Chemical warfare, you know? At that point, if your stank is that strong that you're scaring people off, they can't focus on their card game. Understandable. We are closing in on the 20,000 imp KC. 500 more to go. And then we are 4 times dry on this pissing scroll. Yeah, but surely at some point you like smell yourself and you go, oh, should probably take care of that. Is that not like a basic human instinct? Then again, I was always one of those slightly chubbier kids that decided early on that I didn't like if I smelt. Where's me music gone? Here we go. So I'd always make sure that even if I was a bit of a bigger kid, I would stay hygienic, shower, you know? That's a personal choice, I guess. That is, priorities in people's lives are different. I do get that. Just to me, hygiene was high up there. True, true. 4 hits to kill an imp. Are we sure about that? The entire time I've been here, I've not interrupted the guns, so we're going to do it. Oh wait, am I starting a quest? No. Get out of here. Nearly inadvertently started a quest there. Maybe. Don't know. That was it. That was too much dialogue for what I wanted. I was just trying to distract him. Instead, he distracted me, so technically I just got played by an NPC. But we're going to search the haystack and get a second needle. Phenomenal. Yeah, it's a difficult thing, isn't it? There's levels to it, right? It's only so much you can really tolerate in a public space. Same as like people making noise. I sound like such an old man. But if people are being like ridiculously obnoxious next to me, then I find myself getting a bit grouchy. I'm kind of conflict averse though, so I probably wouldn't say anything. It depends. As you can see by this near 20,000 imp KC, my tolerance for bullshit is quite high. Have we collectively become Unk? Is that what's happening here? Now we're venting about back in my day. And it's true. Things were better. But only from my perspective, you know. It's like going out into London, you know? London is one of those places that has fantastic food places and events if you want to be doing stuff, but it's often, to me, not worth the hassle. Like, unless it's a friend's event and then I come along, there's this thing going on, I'll usually be less inclined. Yeah, unfortunately that is sometimes how they be. Angsty youths. Not getting checked by the rents. That's the other thing, isn't it? Being allowed to run amok. I think that's fair enough. Evening, Lulu. How are you doing? You join us back at Imps once again. We are still here. We are obscenely dry on the drop, but we push forward. Surely soon. However, it is looking like it's going to be a 5-hour streamer today. So we're probably going to hit 20k. Hear that, Jagex? I'm going to bait the scroll into dropping. Is that the trick? I'm being too lightweight. I'm not streaming long enough. I've got to hit the nerd log every time, and then guaranteed drops. Ooh, burrito bowl. I think there was some talk of chicken thighs, skin on, bone in, on the barbecue, but I'm not sure. Well, the plan is to hit 20,000 20,000 KC and then go and do all these ensouled heads, which might end up taking like 40 minutes anyway. Because the ensouled heads take a little bit of time to do. Surprise! No, an egg. 'Twas I who was surprised. I still think if there's an imp over here, it's going to be the ones that are just lurking on the shore. I mean, depending on the grind, I just don't know what I could do a 12-hour stream on, you know? I'd probably end up going non-verbal at some point. Oh, hey bud. If I got that wrong, that'd be embarrassing. I'm starting to think I should lamp Slayer or runecrafting or something. Keep doing Herblore for now, but are you swapping to Amethyst at 95 or no? 97 you said, or 98 actually. '98, yeah. Yeah. I just need to see if I've actually got the drop at some point and it's just not registered. No, definitely not there. Although technically I should have seen 4 by now, so I guess that wouldn't have made much difference. You're not wrong, actually. Maybe I should start lamping Slayer just so I can unlock Black Mask, all that kind of stuff. I haven't even unlocked that yet. That's 58, I think. Yeah, imagine that weird stipulation they put in when they said monastery imps specifically do not drop the scroll. As of when I started doing the grind, they said, yep, not these ones. No, unfortunately, I wish I could blame my RNG on a bug, but I just think that's me. The RNG is not particularly favourable most of the time. Sometimes it's incredibly good. Most of the time, not great. I think at 19,750, we've technically hit drop rate, hit 4 times the drop rate because we've done about 215 sold heads, but they do not count towards the log or the tracked thing on the side. That's a bit of a shame. Right, Grizz, you need to get in contact with Mod Unk. You need to tell him to boost drop rates and make sure that he's not turned off imp scrolls again, because, you know, it happened last time. So, happened with Earth Warriors. They turned it off and then they remembered that they needed to turn it back on. Maybe I need to kill a monk. I don't feel great. But maybe that's what we needed. Have you got the scroll? Hmm? Well, it's like breaking a mirror. I think it's the opposite. I think I've already broken so many mirrors that I need to reverse the luck. I need to get so unlucky that it bounces back. Watch this. Well, technically, Grizz has, every single grind, Grizz has put in 35k as the standard. Might a bit of snake jazz by the sounds of it. Unfortunately, it does appear that we are definitely going to have to make more cannonballs tomorrow. Because I just don't see 15k getting us through goblins. Maybe it will. I mean, realistically, I should burn through all of the cannon. Before I make any more, I should actually let the stack hit 0, because I haven't done that once yet. So I'll let it hit 0, and then we'll adjust from that point forward. But at the moment, I'm skeptical that 15k will be enough. Yeah, that's the thing. I think I'll use them up first. It's just the kind of... it's one of those ones that if I then hit 0 cannonballs, I'll have to make them during the stream. Which could be quite snoozy. Yeah, true. I think I'll shoot all these first then. And then I'll decide whether or not I need to make more. I can now hold four beginners, but I don't think I can hold 4 easies yet. What is it for that? Clues. No. How many do I need? I've opened 84 easies. How many do I need? Is it 100? And maybe I can only hold 3 beginners, not 4. So technically I would have to open up 16 first to then be able to hold 3 at a time. But realistically, I would just open them there on the spot and then drop them straight on the floor where I'm going to be farming the goblins. As I said, technically, once again, we have done this in the correct order because these are the last 2 that we're on now are the easiest. But it is taking the piss up a little bit. 20k is a little obnoxious. I was kind of hoping that if I was to go dry on any, it would be goblins just for the clue scroll stack. Because everyone loves a casket opening. It puts a smile on the face. Pretty sure I still need to green log shared as well. I'm missing 1 page of a book. Have you tried blast mining before, Grizz? I did it for a little bit on another account, and I hated it. I like to do the optimal blast XP per hour method. It didn't feel like the right kind of motion that I was like, yeah, I can get stuck in on this. I couldn't put my finger on what makes it suck so bad. I just hate it. The only good bit is seeing that massive XP drop at the end. Maybe it's getting the dynamite as well. Like having to either buy it from the shop or do chambers or something. It doesn't feel great. What do you mean? You could always 3-tick granite. Doesn't that sound like a fun prospect? 3-ticking granite all the way to 99? Is that through Giant's Foundry as well? Making swords and stuff? Because that'd be a lot of money also. Raw cash. Be quite nice. Oh, not through Foundry, okay. Ensouled Goblin Head. Well, when it comes to the Goblin Graham, we're not picking those up. It's not worth it. But for these ones, it is. Do you not get a higher yield if you use it in the Giant's Foundry? It is a bit more effort, obviously, but... Suspicious. 797 cat. It's a very bot name of you. $250 kills. Can we beat the 20k? It is how they say, not looking good, Brev. However, we should have a good amount of ensouled heads now sitting in the bank. So I think even if we don't hit it in the 20k, it should be sitting in the remaining ensouled imp heads that we have. Come here. I wonder at this point if I should have had more accuracy on my gear. Guess it doesn't really matter. I was so confused what happened there. Okay. Just going up the stairs, that's all it was. No. Surely not the Zammy book. Look, I'm hitting 4s, right? I need to hit the accuracy. I'm not hitting 0s. I need to hit more than a 4. So I'm going to need as much strength bonus as possible. Turns out a 99 strength cape means nothing when you're hunting imps. Very wily creatures. I'm absolutely fighting the urge to talk about food because I feel like every stream I've done so far is just completely fallen into that. But I guess it's because I'm streaming around food time, you know? This is dinner time. So the second it hits like that 5-hour mark, my mind starts to wander. And my stomach is growling at me right now. Aggressively. Needs to pack that right in. Good evening, Mr. Poet. How are you doing? How's your day been? To be fair, if you want, you can frog army. Just fill me, get a funnel, fill me up with good grains. Remove the need to chew. Too good to go Calvary at 8:30. Get in there. Oh. What's the meat of choice? What are you going for? What scran? I'm sure you did that, man. Is that out of nowhere? RKO'd or something you ate, do you reckon? Right, we're going to just hit the same playlist that we always put on because the music choice is quite limiting. So you may have heard this before. Dodgy pizza. Yeah. Was it a chain or did you get independent? Oh hell yeah, I've not heard of that before. I have to check that out. That's a good idea as well. I personally hate food waste. I'll lick the plate clean before I let anything go to waste. Damn, that's nice. I will have to definitely check that out. Have you been totally wiped out then, Poet? Has it been one of those, like, can't even think straight properly because your stomach's just in bits? $3.50 for a carvery is so good. That's like the price of a coffee. Well, if you're drinking coffees in London and you're drinking at Ponzi places, but actually $3.50. I'm so out of touch with buying. I don't really buy coffees. I'm an instant coffee scroungy boy. I will pinch the pennies as and where I can. Yeah, fair. 140 kills to go, and then we are 4 times the drop rate on the imp scroll. Who could have foreseen this happening? Not me. I have to check it out, see what it's like in the area, because if it's sort of if it's chain based, then it I mean, mate, there's not that many food places around where I am though. It's very limited, so hopefully it's quite, hopefully it can pick up a couple of different places from the surrounding area. I came into this stream very confident at 16,666 that we would be seeing the scroll and then some going forward. I feel like a fool.
I try to get by something that I'm not into. My mind is paralyzed. Don't care, I just might pack my bags and take off tonight. Don't need the pressure from you. No need to.
I'm persistent and consistent.
Just need
Those two things make me somewhat dangerous. If you were trying to hoard your scroll from me, I will get it off you eventually. Because that is the one power I have going for me. I will outlast you. Through sheer will or stubbornness, I'll get it done. I think that is low-key my superpower. Unbridled aggressivism. As much as they do not want to drop their scroll, I do not want to give up on the scroll either.
don't need a lot. I'm good with changing my pocket.
100 kills to go.
My way ain't perfect. It's mine, so that seems worth it, right? Don't need that pressure from you. No need to put that on me.
Didn't fancy the poison dynamite method, Storm? Which does seem awful, by the way. I'm not even sure how it actually works, but I've seen a couple of people with ridiculously high Slayer levels, or even 99 Slayer, while still being very low combat. But I guess it's a point where you have to ask yourself, is it worth the time investment? Yeah, I mean, I personally would not touch that with a barge pole. But if you ever find yourself in need of some desperate last few Slayer levels and you don't have any lamps, give it a try. I don't even know how you make poison dynamite, so maybe it's unfeasible to even make the stuff. There's that. There's also a venom method that I've seen, where someone venoms it. The venom's a mob, but it hits like a 1. So you venom it with a entangle, and then if you venom it with an entangle and it hits a 1 because you've got like the minimum amount of magic bonus, and then it heals back up before the next tick hits it, and then you hit it, it counts as your mob. So you could do a slightly higher HP task doing that, like you could do dragons or something. I'm pretty sure I saw Josh Isn't Gaming doing it with dragons when he was on that absolute monster grind for the Visage. I may be misremembering it exactly, but I think there's something to do with that. So if you have another account that has the ability to venom something, that is also an option. Just depends on how ulty you want to get with it, you know? $60 kills to go for 20,000 kill count. Yeah, so it's entangling it within Venom because Entangle has a max, well, still hits a 1, right? So it's something to do with you hit it, Snare maybe? Whichever one hits a 1. The lowest damaging spell that you have, you hit it, and it might exclusively only work on dragons because they have a increased regeneration rate. That does ring a bell of something that might have been part of the science. But yeah, check out his video. It's Josh Isn't Gaming. He does, unless you already watch him, but he's done a couple of cool things. It works on an instance of damage, I believe. So if you're wearing a Serp Helm with a... It might have to be Staff of the Dead. You'll have to check out the parameters in how they do it, because they figured out a way to get it done, and he increases his KC per hour to like 10 times what it was. Or maybe it's like you have the Toxic Trident in your hand and a Serp Helm, and then you do Envenom. I don't actually remember. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah. So it's like they basically get the Venom, it heals back up, and then he just has to tag it. And then because it healed back up to full, it counts as his kill, and the Venom doesn't count towards their kill. So if you have the ability to do that, then you could do some slightly higher Slayer monsters. Like dragons or giants or whatever you want to kill.
Cruising my way down the street. I ain't got no weight on my feet. It feels like I'm floating. Feels like I'm floating. Ain't nobody like you. Yeah, you got me. Tripping all over my shoes. Yeah, I'm falling for you. Ain't nobody like you.
See, depending on what it was, I have my GIM account, but I don't have... I don't know if I have a staff. I don't even know if I have a Serp Helm. How are we looking? 17 more kills. And then we're at 20,000. Let's head over to the beach, finish off our Casey there. In a more picturesque environment. What is this one hiding in the tent all this time? No. How many pets? Good question. Did it say all pets? I have the Phoenix, Scurius, Quetzin, and 2 Tiny Tempers, so technically 4. What just happened there? Oh, you can resize that. Interesting. Yeah, so four pets. I'd say they're some of the meatier pets to get out of the way. Right, you. 2 more kills, and then we are at 20,000 imps. That's 1. Number 2 is going to be over here. Where are you at? There you are. Of course I get a 1. And that is 20 1,000 imps slain. Okay. That's alright. Because not only do we have an orange beam white stack, we also have the imp scroll inside the ensouled imp heads. It's just a fact. So let's put these away. How many imp heads do we have? 286, which is probably closer to 300-ish with our Zealot set. So if we get out our respective garms. You know what? I'm just going to put the Ring of Endurance on. I haven't had the opportunity to really use it for anything, and it's not going to be charged forever, pretty much. So let's just change that. We want this. We also want our Book of War. We're going to need nature runes. We're going to need body runes. We are going to need a Drayman Staff, just to get over there the first time. And we're going to need some ensouled imp heads. Now, surely, in a further 300 imps, there has to be a scroll, right? The good thing is, if we do get the imps out of, if we do get the scroll out of the ensouled imp heads, technically, the KC will not go up, so it will look like it was a clean 20k. See? See? Right, let me turn the light on. It's getting dark. Right. I'm feeling it, Mr. Krabs. You spellbook change. It's actually an urban myth. Legs are a social construct. I feel like I'd rather be the guy from Dune that lives in an oil bath. He just floats around, you know? Some very chuggy music for killing reanimated imps. Which one's the one that floats around? One of them floats. And there's a little bath in the oil. I feel bad, it looks like I'm hitting Scurry every time, but to be fair, my friend, is that his name, the Baron? Well, whatever his name is, I want to be him, because then I don't have to walk around, I can just float. And I feel like that's, you know, that's a bit of a flex. To be able to just float around doing what you want. Need to reset the prayer XP per hour. Pretty much. You can get the scroll from here. That's why I was trying to get to a clean number first. And now we're at 20k. I can burn through these last sort of 300 heads that I have. And then maybe we stay at a clean 20,000. Mayhaps. So technically we're at 20,250-ish. But it also makes sense that if we have 300 heads just sitting there, they're 286 prayer per head. So we might as well use all of these up first, take the prayer XP, and then just go back to grinding if we don't get it. Oh, we've seen. Thank you. And now I run away. Legend. I feel like the community around people doing more extreme niche content, and there's more people that have done extreme log accounts obviously, but it does seem very supportive. PKing seems a little bit more aggressive, but I guess that's the nature, right? You beat someone, you tell them to sit, and then you rage at each other for a good, I don't know, couple days or something, until you then win and then you trash talk them back. It seems like everyone wants you to do well, which is nice. But we look like an absolute Chad. This is the outfit to get the scroll in. But now you see why the character has a stash as well. Life imitates art. Scarus is held up by the skeleton. Probably for the best. Is it aggressive? I mean, maybe. I guess that's part of the drama though, isn't it? There's big personalities. Oh. Bzz.
Lost in time and loving in the dark.
Give me the loot. Give me the loot.
It's light when we're among the stars. Lost in time and loving
Have I saved any heads yet? No. Have I got the full set on, or have I done something stupid? No, we do have the full set, that's good. Sometimes I do be doing things the wrong way. Not this time. It feels a bit weird that you have to come all the way over here just to do the animated heads. I'd like to be able to just do it where you are, you know? Do it next to a bank. Yeah, 99 strength, by the way. It's a 1. It's not bad prayer XP an hour, 66k, including the trips back and forth. We're gonna get stuck on those rocks? Maybe Scurry might. Go so bad with who they root for. Yeah. I mean, anytime there's competition, people get a bit tribal, though. Don't threaten me with a nerd log. So that means on stream, including these, we would have hit 3,000. No, about 4,000 KC, because this will push us over the threshold. So that's not a bad shift. Maybe 3.5k. Obviously, this is a slightly slower method of killing them, but it do be making sense. Grizz, I actually have the mining pet on my group Iron Man. I got it mining sulfur, trying to make do a diary step, I think. And I think I got it at 50,000 mining XP. I hate this visual bug. It says open door, even though it's open. $25 thieving. I'm pretty sure that's the same as Dank as well. He got it. I think he got it on the very first fruit stall that he stole from. So is that level 40 for fruit stalls? But I absolutely love that pet. 25. Oh, maybe you're the same. Yeah, Rocky is such a nice pet. To be fair though, I did also pull Herbie at 500 KC, I think. I'm just hoping that there's stored RNG, and I hope that's a real thing. Because if it is, we are golden for one of our next grinds. Is that storing up to get the skilling pet, or is that storing up to get the Slayer drop, though? We've had no head saves so far. Yeah, to be fair, the Synapse luck is something that needs to be studied. I can feel it, Mr. Krabs. I think killing these... See the orange beam? Orange? The purple beam coming out of the floor after you kill this? It's gonna look nice. No time like the present. Get down there, get farming. Unless you're waiting for a Slayer task down there to get more higher chance of the crystal off of a superior. And that is fair. I feel that pain. I'll be interested to see total time spent making cannonballs during this grind. This might sound like a stupid question, but if you're killing reincarnated dragons, do they do dragonfire damage on you? Or is it just basic attacks? Because I can imagine that would be a little bit annoying. Damn, okay. I'm pretty sure out of habit I always brought a anti-dragon shield, anti-dragonfire shield, but I never believed it actually was doing dragonfire damage. And it's because I had the visage, so I just used it for strength bonus. Cheeky 2 Dragon Impling Jar, bumping the value of the bank up by nearly a mil. What are they doing there? Who knows? Not this guy. That's so annoying. Yeah, why would they... Do you got to drink an anti-poison or have... There, yeah, you have to drink an anti-poison. That sucks. Or a Serp Visage. Come on now. Give me a scroll. Oh, we've achieved something today. We've hit 20,000 KC. Scroll's hiding in an Insult Head. And only 1% of the player base is less lucky than me with an Imp Scroll. Which is nice. Or 2.5% or something. Kinda cool. I'm a little bit suspicious that we're not saving any of these Insult Heads though. There it is, you see? Just have to say it. It's a bit of a shame that they're not dropping the Imp Champion Scroll, isn't it? No, it doesn't work. Worth a try. Number has gone up a lot. So that does bring smile to face. It does, however, extend time before next video. But I also hope that this does give some insight behind the process in which I previously would just, you know, sit here and sweat it out, and then this is why it would take 40 to 50 days sometimes. Because going dry ain't much to be done. And when you always seem to go dry, there ain't naught to do. See now, usually the smart thing for me to do, and what I tend to normally do, is to go through and construct it as I go. But it also depends on what the grind is. So for instance, this one, I haven't done any of it. But realistically, in terms of content of what happens, I've got a spin on how I'll make the video, obviously. But realistically, it is a obscene amount of KC on mobs. And there's only going to be very few pivotal points of that grind that sort of make it into the video. So, you know, certain KC milestones, whatever, because no one wants to watch me getting... Unless I get this scroll drop, realistically, this isn't that exciting. So that's where I've got to get a bit crafty with it, make it a bit fun, a bit zesty. So I know what the key points of this grind already are. It's going to be when the scrolls drop. I just have a way that I will then present that, you know? So yeah, in terms of important things, there's a couple of drops where I got a couple of collections, giant keys, etc. Outside of that, this one's pretty straightforward, which is kind of why I was hoping low-key that I got a little bit unlucky on the goblin, because if we didn't get the goblin scroll straight away, we would have a stack of clues to open at the end, which is always a nice little cherry on top. We have some, but we could have hundreds, you know? But yeah, this one's kind of just a absolute grind fest. Not too much pizzazz. So yeah, in terms of editing, it's just shifting a ton of footage. But usually, yeah, I would go through and construct it as I go, depending on the complexity of the video, in terms of what I need to actually do within the editing. But this is the first time I'm also streaming whilst doing a video, so this one might take a bit longer just to make sure that the balance is correct, because I'm not going to be putting any stream footage in, but at the same time I am recording the streaming footage. So yeah, there's a couple of 5-hour long and 6-hour long videos that I need to now go through, timestamp, grab some stuff, extract it. But obviously the last couple of streams of me killing imps with no payoff is kind of just KC milestones. So it's a scary amount of footage if you look at the raw gigabytes and time, but realistically, not too bad in the grand scheme of things. And I've got a fun idea for the thumbnail for this one. Which is honestly what I've been enjoying the most out of the recent videos, is just making the thumbnails. Not that I'm not enjoying making the video, but the actual thumbnail stuff is new, therefore quite exciting. Well, Chris, I had to do my research, obviously. Had to get some references and just figure stuff out. But let's just say I'm very well researched now. Yeah, you have to keep an eye out. Some might say you have to respect your elders on that one. Come on, reanimated heads. Provide me with a scroll. Release me from my torment. We have 8 minutes to hit a scroll. Can we do it? Technically 11 minutes 30 seconds, but would appear my music player is also cack in the bed at the moment. Can't be 35k. To be fair, in my head it couldn't have been 20k, so you might be right. Like 15k was like, I'd seen it almost twice now, so I was like, yeah, fair enough. 20,000? Oof. So I think total monster KC, we are probably sitting around 72,000 now. So we are 22,000 KC total monster kills over what we should be. Now, depending on how you look at it and depending on what those monsters were, you'd be like, that's not too bad. Like, if it was just imps and goblins, you'd be like, yeah, fair enough. However, the only ones we've gone under on have been hobgoblins and zombies. Oh, technically just under on Jogers. Jogers were 4953 or something. Oh, I'm starting to get hungry now. Did you save that hit? You're saving a few. Scroll. No. You know what? We got 4 minutes to go. I think that music's far too exciting. Let's wind it down. Unk Oat here needs to relax. How many ensouled imps heads do we have left? 162. Yeah. I think that it's actually probably quite a good place to call it here. Else we'll be pushing on past the allotted 6-hour stream. Don't like that doorway very much. How about a side angle here? There you go, bud. Good job. Unfortunately, I do only have a set playlist, and it's always the same, like 6 songs or 15 songs, because it's royalty free, and YouTube does not allow anything that is not royalty free. Lest I be demonetized for my tuppence. Yeah, I need to make a playlist out of the ones off of here, really, and then if it's sort of like a 2.5-hour playlist, it might play through 3 times. But at the moment, I just jump through songs. They're very boilerplate, sort of commercial sounding music. But that is just what royalty free is, you know. Is that it? Time to move to Twitch? Who knows? Who knows? Right. We started this grind today at 16,666 imps. We are now on 20,000 flat, plus the ensouled heads that we put in. Yeah, it's been a good grind today. Well done, well done. Thank you. But it is time to end the stream. Go and get some grub. Try and feel something. Feel the emotions. And maybe we'll get it tomorrow. If we don't get it tomorrow, I am streaming on Wednesday. That'll be the same time as today, 2:30 till 8:30. So thank you everyone for watching. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for keeping me somewhat sane in the insanity of the scroll grind. Yeah, I will be continuing this tomorrow. Well, as always, thank you very much everyone, and I will catch you on the next one. Peace.